right, greetings everybody, and welcome to Conflict Radio. I hope everybody is enjoying the holiday season here. We did have Lauren Eisenhower scheduled for our season two finale, and that was canceled. She's going out of country for a little bit. I think she's going to Belize or something, so needed to cancel that. And we're going to reschedule that for early next year for season three. We're gonna do a season two wrap up for our finale. I'm not sure when it'll be. It'll probably be sometime this week. You'll see it. We'll go live and I'll post it on X. So it will be our final live show of the year, and that's what we'll do. We'll set that up for later on. I don't know, maybe this week sometime. But watch for it on X, and I'll announce it, and that'll be our season two finale. We'll do a live show. We'll just chat with you guys. We won't have a guest or do anything like that. I am a little disappointed I haven't been throwing these up as much as I wanted to. It's okay. Life goes on, right? That's what we do. We're trying to deal with life, and we're dealing with the holiday season. So I hope you guys are enjoying these that are coming up. I know it's been a little while, but I did get some really good feedback on the ones that I was doing, and these are the ones that we're going to do tonight. We're going to talk to Marshall Masters. We have episode 6 with Marshall Masters talking about Planet X and Nibiru. And then we're going to do episode 78 with Marshall Masters. And I think we're going to talk about Nibiru, Nemisis. And this is sometime after episode 6. This one will be episode 78, the second one. The third one's going to be episode 91, is an alien attack imminent. That's with Creepy Little Book. So this ought to be a pretty fun show. Just relax, sit back, enjoy the show. It's best of season 1. These are some good episodes, some good info here, and it's a lot of fun just to listen to. So I hope you guys are enjoying these. Like I said, we will do something live before Christmas to wrap up season 2, and then season 3 will start in early 2025. So I hope you guys are enjoying the holiday. Do leave a comment down on how your holiday season is going, and just let me know. Reach out, talk to me. We are going to be a guest on Nicole Frolick's show. It's a very deep interview, and I'm looking forward to that coming out, being released. The camera's all in my face. It's a real interview, I suppose. It's what we're going to be doing for season 3. We're going to flip this camera around. Apparently, I thought it was cool, there's a camera on the side, but I guess people don't like it. Whatever. It is what it is. Can't make everybody happy. So we're going to flip the camera around for season 3. Anyway, I hope you guys are enjoying the holiday. Enjoy the show, guys. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today we're going to have a bit of a different show. It's a deep show. It's an interesting show, and I hope that everybody sticks around. And I'm going to start this off by saying I wasn't sure how I was going to guide this show along as we went, because I wanted to do a show on Planet X and what the information is about what could be a Planet X in our solar system, like if we're a binary solar system, and it's really interesting to get into that and to talk about that. And I started doing research on our guest today, and our guest today is Marshall Masters. I'll read this from Amazon. Marshall Masters is a former CNN Science Features news producer, freelance writer, television analyst, and the publisher of YowUSA.com. Since 1999, he has been researching Earth changes and Nibiru flyby-related topics, including sustainable survival communities, catastrophic crop circles, impact events, and future technologies. Like many others, Marshall sees a dark cloud coming, but what makes him different is that he also sees a silver lining, a noble and inspiring Star Trek future. Now that is all. That is awesome. I'm a big Star Trek fan, and you know, uh, if one day and we have a world like Star Trek, wouldn't that be great? No wars here on Earth. I guess there's no money. People just do what's best, just because they want to live a life and I guess take positions and things. I don't really know how any of that works. All I know is that it looks pretty cool on Star Trek to zip around space and spaceships and all that kind of cool stuff, and that'd be really neat. Anyway, just getting back to the guest. I started doing some research last night, and I like doing research on people before I interview them, just so I know what's going on and what we're going to be talking about. And normally, how I go about getting guests is that I find a topic that I'd like to learn about myself, and I'll search it on Amazon or I'll search it on the internet and try to find people that have written books about the subject that I'm interested in and interview them, but I try to learn about them and what exactly their specialties are. And I started digging into this, and then I come across he's been following Qanon, and that's a touchy subject to talk about. I guess I've been trying to steer away from politics on this channel and from this podcast and not talk about it. Well, primarily because a lot of the things, no matter what side you're on, you can't have a discussion without people getting angry or people not listening or whatnot. And maybe that's the wrong way to do things. Maybe we should start doing a little bit more listening to each other and trying to get a different perspective of life than what we're living now. I mean, isn't that the point of living, is to learn? So we're going to dive into Planet X, and then we're going to dive into Qanon and what that is. And, it's really interesting. If you haven't looked into what this is, it's really interesting. And regardless on whether or not you believe it, I mean, it's interesting to look at, right? It's interesting to learn. It's interesting to, I don't know, get an idea of what it is, I mean, the last thing that we need to be doing as American citizens right now is trying to kill the spider in our house that's burning to the ground. Maybe we should forget about that spider and concentrate on our house burning. And I think that's what's happening. I think our house is burning, and we're worried about the spider. We're worried about, the mouse. We're not worried about putting out the fire or stopping the fire. We're not worried about all of the things that we have that we're also going to lose in the fire. We're worried about the stupid spider, and we're fixated on that because that's what we're told to fixate on. And maybe if we just open up our eyes a little and look around, maybe we can see what's really going on. Maybe we'll see the fire. And I hope we can see the fire. I really do. Because our house is important. It's not a bad house. So I guess we're going to go ahead and go into this. This video is actually going to be uploaded to the old Conflict Radio channel. It's been up for a while. There's a whole bunch of subscribers there that probably don't know that we have a new Conflict Radio Network channel. And if you're listening to this on the old channel, you got notified. There's like 60,000 subscribers there, before we decided to do our relaunch. And when we relaunched, we changed everything. It's now the Conflict Radio Network instead of Conflict Radio, because we are going to be carrying other shows and doing other things. So if you're listening to this on the Conflict Radio channel, might I suggest you pause this and go over to the YouTube search and search Conflict Radio Network, and that'll bring you to the new channel where all of our episodes are being posted. Everything's being posted there, mostly. If we get into certain topics like this that, is going to be, I guess what I could say is, we're going to talk about something that is going to get flagged. It's not going to, how long is this going to be up before it's not? If that's the case, all of our podcasts are available on Spreaker. You can find us on Apple iTunes as well. All the major podcatchers, we're pretty much there. It'll probably be there before it's even on YouTube because that's just how it works. I usually, while it's uploading and processing on YouTube, I'm usually uploading it, and it's processing a lot quicker on the podcatchers. So you can find us there. So that being said, make sure you subscribe to the new channel. We've had some great guests on. We've got some great guests coming up. And definitely hit that notification button and like and subscribe and all that good stuff. So that being said, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll have Marshall Masters on to discuss Planet X. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We are with Marshall Masters. Marshall, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Nice to be on.
Man, it's so awesome to have you on. I've been listening to you do various shows for years and years and years, and to finally be able to talk to you, it's pretty awesome. I've been, every day before I have a guest on, I'll research them. I'll go through all of the YouTube stuff. I'll do, pretty much a refresher on who I'm talking to, so I have an idea on the subject matter. And it's pretty obvious that we got to talk a little bit about Planet X. But then I came upon some Q stuff that I guess you've been working on recently, and I kind of heard of that before, and maybe we can get into that a little bit. But first off, going into Planet X, what is going on with that?
Well, Planet X is, do you want me to just quickly explain it for those who are new to the topic?
Yeah, exactly. Like what it is, what's going on, where'd it go?
It didn't go anywhere. It's coming, all right? I'm getting all kinds of emails from people. Well, I don't see all these videos about Planet X anymore. I don't see all these pictures. So it must have disappeared and gone away and been a mirage. And I always write them back and I go, hey, have you heard about COVID, self-isolating? Who's outside taking pictures, okay? There are still reports that are coming in. I'm still seeing good and solid imagery that's coming through. What's changed is that because we're isolating, there's just not that many people out there, capturing images of it. And but the one thing I would want everyone to understand is that there's a very cardinal rule about this. And this was given to me by Dr. Brian Marston of the Smithsonian Astrophysics Labs 20 years ago. And he said, Marshall, the failure to observe an object proves only one thing. You have failed to observe the object. All right? And I observed it with my own eyes. I saw it in 2018. So, hey, kiss my grits. All right? I'm not interested in proving anything to anybody. Well, let me give you the upshot to everyone. We're in a binary star system. And this is something that astronomers have known actually since 1940. Carlos Muñoz Ferrada, an Argentinian, I believe he was from Argentina, very, 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 very good astronomer. And at that time, he predicted the existence of two objects in a long period comet-like orbit of about 3,600 years around our sun. And unlike our planet, it goes clockwise instead of counterclockwise. And so he then predicted that there was what he called a black star and a large stony planet several times the size of Earth. That they were in, these two bodies were in orbit around each other. And in 1940, that's what they called it, was a black sun, because they couldn't see them. These are very, in terms of visible light, they're occluded because they have a huge field of iron oxide all around them, huge dust balls. And for example, we're talking about America now is the king of ventilators. When we pass through the tail of that system, we're going to need every darn one of them. I'll tell you that. We're going to need every darn one of those things. Because the air is just going to be awful, and it's just going to give people with weak lungs and medical conditions a tremendous amount of problem. But this iron oxide, this dust, is caused because a brown dwarf, which is what we actually now call them. And the astronomer, I forget her name, but she was, the character Jodie Foster played in Contact is actually based on her life and her work, research. And she's the one who invented the term brown dwarf. And so a brown dwarf is going to be bigger than Jupiter. It could be 2 or 3 times the size of Jupiter. Keep in mind, Jupiter, some people call Jupiter a sun because it emits more radiation than it receives from the sun. But we're in a binary star system, and the path to that started hundreds of years ago with the discovery of Uranus. Uranus was the first planet discovered with a telescope, and it was observed, and there was a perturbation, a little zig. It was coming around and keep getting pulled out and then snapping back in, pull out and snap in. All right. And observers saw this, and so they actually accumulated sufficient amount of observational data that they were able to calculate the location of whatever object was perturbing Uranus. And they sent that formula to John Gall at the Berlin Observatory, and literally, and I mean, this is in the days when people were still using gaslight, and literally took the formula, sat down with his telescope, and dialed it right in, and within minutes, Neptune was discovered. First planet discovered purely with mathematics. And see, that's the story of Planet X. Planet X, after the Europeans found Neptune, they found that Neptune also was being perturbed the same way Uranus is. So then the search went from the Uranus perturber to the Neptune perturber, and they couldn't find it. Enter Planet X research in America. We take the forefront. Lowell Observatory. Percival Lowell, and he was a independent, wealthy gentleman, and he wanted to find Planet X. He wanted to find Neptune's perturber. And so he started the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff to do exactly that. Now, it is believed in approximately about 1905, he actually imaged Pluto, but thought it was something else. And in 1930, Clyde Tombaugh of the same observatory, who was perpetuating the work that Lowell was doing to find the perturber, found what they thought was the perturber, Pluto. And there was an awful lot of excitement, and they figured, aha, problem solved, we found Neptune's perturber. But it was in, I believe, the 70s when Moon Charon was discovered in orbit around Pluto. And then they were able to use that to calculate the size and mass of Pluto, which, interestingly enough, Pluto is kind of puny. It's only about 60% the size of our own moon. Think about it. Our moon is 40% larger than Pluto. Wow.
Yeah, I was reading somewhere that Pluto's covered in water now.
Well, that would be interesting. And Pluto, definitely, when we first started researching Planet X, one of the things that we noticed in the reporting when Pluto it's in a long orbit, long elliptical orbit, comes in to the system and then swings around and goes way back out again. It's got a very long orbit. And when it's going out on its what's called aphelion leg to its furthest point of distance away from the sun, what astronomers have always been able to measure is that process of whipping around the sun increases the surface temperature. Except this last time, which was in the late 90s, I believe, this was about the time very close to when we began doing the research, was dramatically higher. They had never seen anything like it. And, you know, it's interesting, but if you're saying that Pluto has water on its surface, maybe it's the water that is melting when it comes in close, freezing as it goes out. That could be that. That's an interesting thing to consider. Yeah, I'd like to follow that. Thanks for that tip. But what we have, though, is a binary star system. We have two suns, one large Sol, but the brown dwarf, which is astronomers named it Nemisis. There was Nemisis theory came out in the 1960s, 70s, in that time frame. I know because when I was in high school, it was the buzz. Everybody was fascinated with the prospect that we lived in a binary star system with two suns. And all of that conversation was very strong. And if you actually, we've documented where you go back into the media coverage, there was phenomenal media coverage about us being in a binary star system and about the existence of Nemisis, or what you call Planet X. And then in 1983, that changed. You see, the Pioneer probes were sent up to do magnetic surveys to determine if it was feasible that there was a large perturber out there. And that's what the Pioneer probes determined. So based on that feasibility, the IRAS satellite was put up. And it's an infrared astronomical study. And they just wanted to create an infrared map of our solar system and everything in it. And they were doing that, and this was in conjunction with ESA and in Europe, and particularly with the Dutch, they were very interested, and the Italians. And so IRAS is out there taking pictures, and boom, it images Nemisis. Now, it's not imaging Nemisis in visible light. You can't see this thing until it's really close. Because, again, it's got this huge dust cloud around it, and that's formed because when a brown dwarf ignites to become a sun, it doesn't have the mass to become like our star, to have a fusion furnace, so to speak. And so brown dwarfs ignite and then slowly bank off over billions of years, and they can sustain life. This much astronomers have determined is that yes, you can have life living on planets in and around a brown dwarf star, even with all the filth and you can't see anything. So this system is out there. It's moving on two axes. And what you have to understand is you have Nemisis. Nemisis has planets and moons in orbit around it. And so we call it a mini constellation. And we're on a merging orbit with this mini constellation because it's moving on two planes in different ways. Now, on the horizontal plane, it is moving in an orbit around the sun of approximately 360 days. So we have fairly close matching orbits, which is the reason why we keep seeing it on the other side of the sun. But what's also happening is that we're inching towards each other. And then eventually we'll get to a point where it's completely out from behind the sun, and everyone's going to be seeing it, and everyone's going to be talking about it. But right now, I have a picture on my website. I've been looking at, probably nobody does Planet X image analysis more than I do, or better than I do. I think I've been generally recognized that way. And I've looked at thousands of videos and pictures over the years. What I publish is maybe 1% of the leads that I receive. I'm very picky. I look through this and I scan it for telltale signs of aberration, or can look for that. And so I've had this one picture up on my site it was taken at altitude from a passenger jet, and you see chemtrails. Oh my God, the chemtrails are thick, and it's getting worse now than ever before. It's simply awful. And even with all that chemtrailing, 3 objects were verifiably natural objects. They passed my gamma test. They have clouds in front of them. Clouds never get in front of a flare, all right, or any kind of lens operations. Lens aberrations happen in the lens or just actually in front of the lens. But this tests out. Now, the problem with the picture is that it's not that it's a good picture. I mean, for me, it's the best I've ever analyzed. The problem is that Planet X is like ufology. We have mountains of evidence, mountains and mountains and mountains and mountains of pictures, videos, eyewitness reports. And what do people say when they look at all of that, all those mountains of information? Well, I don't know. I'm still not decided. Or who can say? It's always kind of yeah. Because the truth is, most people are not going to believe UFOs exist until one day an alien is eating their face. I'm serious. They're going to have aliens eating their face off before they're going to believe it. So you have the same problem with Planet X. And it really is for people who understand science, understand how to read it and interpret it, as I do, and a lot of the folks that read my articles and follow my work do. But for a lot of people who don't have the discipline of science, it's really, it's confusing. It's like, the old adage of how do you eat an elephant, one spoonful at a time. The problem is, where the heck do you dig in?
Yeah.
And that's the problem for people. So it'll happen. It's coming around. You're going to see it. And that brings me to politics, and why I am following politics so heavily with Q and my QX articles is...
Well, hang on a second before we get into that.
Sure.
I have some questions about what you just said. So basically, Planet X is the star, and there's other planets that are orbiting this.
Planet X is actually in reference to. Yeah, it's a good thing you raised that term. Because it's like, what does Planet X mean? Planet X was, remember we talked about Percival Lowell, who formed the Lowell Observatory. Mm-hmm. Well, he's also the man who officially coined the term Planet X. This was coined by an astronomer. Planet X is not Planet 10 or any of this other disinformation propaganda garbage. Okay? And by the way, anybody out there says Planet X is going to hit our planet, if you believe that, you're as dumb as a sack of hammers. We're going to have other things hitting us, but we're not going to have planets. That's just propaganda from fear mongers, clickbait jerks, and whatnot. Don't believe that. But that's not to say we're not going to have a rough time. We're going to have a rough time. But anyway, the thing about it is that Nemesis, brown dwarf, has these planets around it. And the term Planet X simply means you know that an object or a planet exists by virtue of the way it interacts with other known and observable planets. And that's what Planet X means. So when they observed the perturbations in Uranus, they knew that there had to be another large planet beyond it, and they used those calculations to literally dial in on Neptune, zip, boom, easy as he could be. That's how good. So the math told them it's out there. The observations told them it's out there. It was the science that told them it's out there, and they understood the science. That's the important thing. The public just doesn't understand the science too well because, frankly, that's the whole point of cover-up. It's to prevent people from understanding this science. All right? And that's really what I feel is the big thing that I have to be up against. Now, when we talk about the term Planet X, and so that's the reason why I like to use the term Planet X system. All right?
Yeah, it's
so
a system.
With
It's not
Planet
just
X
just one
system,
body.
You have Nemesis and moons and planets, of which you're going to have Helion, Arbota, and Nibiru. And then there's minor planets and moons. There's about a cluster of about 7 of these objects, as I recall, in the system. And it varies depending on who's seeing and seeing what. But I have always just focused on Nemesis and the 3 major planets, Helion, Arbota, and Nibiru. Nibiru is the outermost major planet. It's several times the size of Earth. And Nibiru translates to the planet of crossing, all right, which is, it's the one that when the Nemesis system is coming through, because it's coming up from the southern skies, it'll arc over our heads in the northern skies and go down again. And so because Planet X is the furthest most out, it's going to be the furthest inside our system as this mini constellation passes through. So this is what we have to look forward to in the future. And that is the story on Planet X. It is a term that says we know something exists by virtue of the science we have used to observe objects. It is perturbing or, some way interacting with these objects. Now, the question is the Planet X system interacting with Earth? Not directly. Indirectly, it is. 2 things that we're observing indirectly and been tracking for years with my science articles. There's a steady increase since December 12th. All right, or December 21, 2012, Mayan calendar. People think that was a hoax. Farthest thing from the truth. The Mayans were giving us a harbinger. They said, when you see a celestial alignment from a given place on this day, start preparing. Hell's coming to visit. Clean the guest room. It's going to be a long one. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly, because right after that, from January 2013 on, we've been tracking the numbers for earthquakes of all magnitudes and observed fireballs, and the growth has been exponential. Exponential. As in, remember Coyote, Roadrunner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Coyote would always get on the Acme rocket, light the fuse, and then he's going straight up, and then the rocket would peter out, and then he'd go straight down and die in a canyon and come back again. All right, always great fun. Well, since January 2013, Coyote's been on that Acme rocket, and it ain't running out of fuel. It keeps going up, and it's only a matter of time before something busts loose. And that's just the way that is. So what's causing the fireballs? What's causing the earthquakes? Let's talk about them separately. Fireballs is you have this system, the Nemesis or the Planet X system, whatever you want to call it, but it's coming through. And imagine like it has a bow wave. You see ships at sea, and the dolphins love to get in front of those bulbs on the front of the ships because of the way it pushes the water, and they get a free ride that they can race through the water so fast and so effortlessly. So for them, it's a real thrill ride. It's an e-ticket at Disneyland. But with Nemesis at the core of the Planet X system, what you have is it has a ball of dust and debris around it that it's like our Oort cloud. It's a residual of the creation of our system. And the same thing holds true for the Planet X system, or constellation if you want. And it is encountering other objects and dislodging them. So it's coming across other objects that are in our system that are in completely benign orbits and would never be a concern under normal circumstances. But if you got this big cue ball plowing through the system, man, it's scattering stuff in every which way but loose. And so this is what we're observing, is that we have this massive increase in reported fireballs. We're not looking for meteorites, shooting stars, as people call them. The fireballs are those big smokers that go across the sky. And if they're big enough to detonate with a flash and a bang, it's a bolide. And if they're destructive, they're a super bolide, which is exactly what happened in Chelyabinsk, Russia in 2013. So we're seeing this steady increase of fireballs, which tells us this cue ball is knocking stuff every which way but loose. Now let's go from that data track to the other one, earthquakes of all magnitudes. And why do we measure earthquakes of all magnitudes? For many years, about a decade, USGS, and this was particularly during the Obama administration, once Trump came in, there's been more accurate USGS reporting, but during the Trump administration, there was a consistent pattern of downplaying the numbers for statistical jiggering. So you'd get an earthquake that said it's a 7.1, and the next day, what would they do? They'd come out and say, oh, it was a 6.8. Or it's a 5.1. Oh, it was a 4.9. Okay? People think, oh, that's not such a big thing. But what they do was, the whole narrative they were building is there's not been an increase, because they would say, well, we have not seen a huge increase in 6.0 magnitude or greater, or 5.0 magnitude or greater. And they would have these arbitrary cutoffs because they were jiggering the numbers down below the cutoff. So when we took and we went to earthquakes of all magnitude, the jiggering is completely obliterated. It's not meaningful anymore. And what we're seeing is there's this continuing pattern of this exponential rise in earthquakes. I mean, we just had a big one in California, okay?
Yeah, Mexico too, I think.
Yeah, and so we're having all kinds of problems. But why is it we're having all of these increased activities, earthquakes? But let's talk about the other things. We're talking about a lot of volcanic activity. I can remember when I first started doing research, there would be 40 active and erupting volcanoes in a year. That's over a span of 12 months. Now we never fall below 40 active volcanoes a month, not a year. Okay? Let's put that in perspective. So that is the result of energy. Where's this energy coming from? That's a simple answer. Why are they chemtrailing? They are chemtrailing with aluminum because they want to reflect light back into space, particularly the radiation that is in the photons of light. And it is this radiation that strikes the Earth and is going into the Earth deep down, and that's changing things. And this is what Edgar Cayce told us, that the pole shift that's going to come would be the result of these changes in the magma in the core of the planet. And what we've been reporting and we're working on right now is that there is there's a clear pattern that with this increased solar radiation, due to increased luminosity, and by the way, the sun is getting brighter. It's little, but a little goes a long way. And you can verify this yourself. So we have this growing solar luminance. The solar luminance is putting more radiation into the light. The more light is more radiation. And so where is it going and how is it manifesting? Well, the radiation is going into the core of the planet. It's not changing the temperature of the magma, and it's not changing the volume. What it's changing is velocity. How fast is the magma moving beneath the lithosphere? That has changed dramatically, and we're tracking that with the earthquake data sets that we've been using for several years now and have been monitoring. And so I call this crustal undulation. Imagine the crust of the Earth is like the top of a jello mold, and you're walking and the mold is wiggling as you're walking with it, all right? Well, that's crustal undulation because the velocity is causing this unevenness, and so the result is we see sinkholes, land tearing, and earth trumpeting in places and in ways never before known in recorded history. And so all of this is happening beneath our feet. It is the veritable sniffle before the sneeze. And so when I get these letters from people that are going, I'm a consumer and I want instant gratification. If it's the end of life as we know it, I want the date so that I can go max out my credit cards before everything hits the fan. All right. People have that kind of approach to it. It's not going to work that way. The universe is not unfolding at the speed of human expectation.
Yeah.
It's not, but it is unfolding, and we're gonna feel it hard. And if Trump and the Patriots are successful, everybody has a fighting chance. And if the globalists and all their minions, including the Democrats and a lot of Republicans as well, if those people prevail, then you have a 5% chance of surviving. I'm serious. That's it. You have a 5% chance of surviving. And if you do survive, it is likely you'll be a slave for the rest of your life.
All right. So let's not go right into that just yet. I
understand.
I have you can hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay. If the dwarf sun that's coming in has planets swinging around it, it's getting closer to the sun, is it not? Like as it comes by.
It's getting to it's approaching, and it's a good question. It's approaching its point of perihelion. You have perihelion and aphelion in an orbit, and the perihelion is your closest distance. Aphelion is the furthest distance. And so when you're on an aphelion leg, you're approaching the larger object. And when you're on a perihelion leg, when you're on the perihelion leg, you're coming up towards that closest point. In the aphelion leg, you're going down. And this is a 3,600-year orbit. This system is in a comet-like orbit, which means It's much faster. It's a much faster mover than a planet like ours. And also, our planet orbits counterclockwise. The Nemesis system is in a clockwise orbit. And this is something that's consistent with comets. Comets can do this. And this is what we have to be mindful of, that this system is coming up in this 3,600-year orbit. And it's a long, long, long orbit. It's like, think of an old Slinky toy, or there was the old ties that have the wheels that go up and down the wire. All right. And it yo-yos up and down from deep in the southern skies where the Nemesis system spends most of its time. The northern is, it's a shortest period when it gets to the plane of the system, the galactic plane, and imagine the sun's equator and stretch that all the way out to the 12 constellations of the zodiac. That's the ecliptic. That's the plane of the system. And it's right now, I can tell that because of that 3-image object, it is now crossing or above the ecliptic, which means it's now going to start accelerating and accelerating, and it's going to get to a point where it has a whip acceleration. When it gets close to that perihelion point, closest to the sun, that's where it's just like if you go to a theme park and you ride the whip and you have that turnbuckles on each end and a long straight hall. And so you're sitting there on that long straight hall and you're waving at people trying to look excited, but it's really boring until you get to the turnbuckle, and then whew, you whip right around and you get that real sense of thrill.
Yeah, now wouldn't that affect the planets that are revolving around it? You know, the sun's gravity and the actual turn and everything, wouldn't that, mess up the planets, the orbital alignment around that as well? I mean, wouldn't it create chaos for itself?
No. Look at our major planets like Jupiter and Saturn and all of the moons that they have. All right? Mm-hmm. Those moons are in orbit around those planets. Now, if the planet's orbit is affected, it'll do the same for satellites. And so this is really, Nemesis is the bad boy. That's the big bad boy. And the objects that are in orbit around her are orbit around it. Now, do they get affected? Yeah, there's going to be some. But principally, they're captives, gravitational captives, of the object that they're orbiting around. Now, this is not something that can go on indefinitely. In the 1950s, Japanese astronomer by the name of Yoshida Kozai developed the Kozai principle that describes what happens when you have two objects orbiting each other in space. And it really comes down to size. All right, the big one dominates, and the little one is going to have one of two eventual fates. The little one, if it's in an extreme comet-like orbit like what we have here, that little one is going to either circle the drain, so to speak, and slam into the big one, or it's going to be completely spun out of the system into deep space. So that's it. You crash and burn, or you go and freeze out in the hinterlands. That's the fate that you have. So yes, there's going to be changes. When I consider Nostradamus, and in his letter to his son, he was talking about the end of Earth, and which he's saying is about 1,600 years from now, as I recall. Well, that would be consistent with a flyby where the orbital duration of 3,600 years is altered because the Nemesis system this time in this flyby really starts to circle the drain. And it could be that there would have a situation where one of the moons or a small planetoid in the Nemesis system, the Planet X system, in a close flyby could be peeled off, and then it's in an Earth crossing, or it's not going to hit the Earth. That's not what Nostradamus talked about. Nostradamus said we would be scorched. The surface of the Earth would be scorched. Well, if you have a large planet that smashes into the sun, you're going to have a solar storm event as a result of that. That certainly would just barbecue everything in the inner system. And Earth would be looking like another Venus or a Mars after that.
Yeah. Well, unless we got lucky and we were on the other side.
Absolutely, location is everything.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what they say
you
in
never
real
know. I
estate.
mean,
Location, location, location.
we could get lucky and the whole thing would eject the other way. You know that's always a good
Yeah,
thing.
we could get lucky, but that's not what I'm hearing. In 2008, Bob Dean, and he's a whistleblower. He learned about. See, I worked with whistleblowers on Planet X, and these are typically high-ranking sergeants,
Mm-hmm.
and they were the ones where you would have, these vaults with all your secrets. You have a secrets vault. Well, somebody's got to be the librarian. Somebody's got to operate that. So if you're an officer, you have your different security clearances. You walk up and say, I need this document. Here's my clearance, and there you go. Well, these sergeants were the ones that were doing all this stuff, and they weren't typically all that busy. They'd have huge amounts of free time, and what did they do? All of these guys started doing the same thing. They had the keys to the kingdom. They started opening drawers and reading files and learning stuff that just blew their minds. And so this is where I got a lot of the information. Bob Dean in 2008 said that his sources are predicting that we will be on the same side of the sun. And when it's on this, and let me be very clear, we're going to be on the same side of the sun. This is from the point of perihelion down to where it crosses the ecliptic, because it'll be from over the sun, it'll fly over our heads, then go down again into the southern skies, passing between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. And there's the problem for us, because then its planets and moons are going to be within reach of planets in the inner system. And, we could very well see, like in my book, Being in It for the Species, we talk about an impact between a moon that is orbiting Nibiru and the southern hemisphere of Venus, which would then throw tremendous and terrible debris our way and cause a lot of craziness. And I talk about in my book, Being in It for the Species. I wrote that in 2013. I haven't seen anything in our science data that is deviating from what I wrote about in 2013 or in 2015 with Surviving the Planet X tribulation.
Now, do you think that there's life on the planets that are orbiting Nemesis?
That's what I write about extensively in Being. It is about, I talk about that. I talk about the Anunnaki and about how what this means for us and what we can do to deal with it. For a long time, I felt hopeless about all this because I could see what was happening. We were being set up to fail as a species so that we would die in vast numbers. And I'm starting to see a change that gives me a lot of hope that we don't have to meet that fate.
So the Anunnaki, that would be, they were, I guess, reportedly here helping with the Egyptians build the pyramid, that sort of thing. Like they're a more advanced race than we are.
You want to see an Anunnaki? Stand in the mirror. Stand before a mirror. We're a hybrid. We're a cross between, we were bred as slaves to mine gold. I mean, think about it. There's other substances that are worth more per ounce than gold. But shove a gold bar under somebody's nose, watch them turn into a complete babbling wah-wah boo-boo or whatever. I mean, they get gold fever. I know I had gold fever when I was a kid in college. I went out and trying to find gold and panning for it. Oh, my God. You know.
Do you ever find any?
Let me put it to you this way. Huh? No, but I sure found a lot of busted shock absorbers. Actually, we found a vein, but it was only, at the time, it was 4%. And at the time, gold was $32 an ounce. And you had to have 5% in order to be economically viable. Today, 4% would be, you know, that's it. Jackpot bonanza with gold being what it is. And I can't tell you how many nights I have spent laying there in bed going, now, where the hell did we find that? You know, because we did an assay report on it. And once we figure out, that's it, it's no money, you know, we blew it off. And it's like, damn, when we said it filed a claim.
Yowzers.
Who was to know? Back then, you know, gold was $32 an ounce. And people had real jobs that paid real money, too.
Yeah. It's funny how that works, isn't it? The money in this country, I guess. I was reading something that, you know, the average American really hasn't made any, you know, hasn't had any kind of, you know, the prices of everything keep going up, but our wages have pretty much sat there since like 1979 or something.
Yeah. I mean,
that's crazy. 1979. That's you know, how are we supposed to, you know, at what point do we reach the breaking point? I mean, are we getting there now? Goodness.
Oh, we're at the breaking point. We're going to break left or we're going to break right.
Yeah,
but Trump is rebuilding the economy. People don't understand it. They're all distracted by all the media coverage, the mainstream media. I was with CNN in the 80s. I was a news producer from 86 to 88.
Yeah, you used to work for Ted Turner, right?
I was under Ted Turner at the time. I can tell you that when I look at the CNN of today, I see a seditious propaganda mill. I don't see a real news network. It doesn't look like what I worked with. And,
all right. And
Turner is so far left, he makes Trump look like Mao Zedong. And he would have fired everybody that's on the air today. I mean, they would have been kicking rocks down the road. He would have fired them all. Because when I was with CNN, you verified your sources. I mean, you had to do it the right way because they were competing against 50 other major news outlets. You had huge radio stations in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. They were so big, they had their own international correspondents. You don't see that anymore. Okay? It was. I mean, because what happened was after all of the presidents after Reagan and before Trump were globalists. And the first thing you have to do is you have to be able to dismantle the truth mechanism for people. And it was getting control of the fourth estate. And so to do that, they eliminated all the anti-concentration laws. Used to be you could only own like one company could own, I think, 7 different news outlets. And that was it. And it was in a mix. And it worked extremely.
All right, let's just take a quick break here for a sec. We'll be right back after this. And we are back. Marshall, you still with us?
Yep.
And we lost you for a second there. I think we started talking about stuff that, you know, to be honest, people really don't like us talking about. I've been doing, you know, I was thinking about this episode last night when I started getting into this, and I thought, you know what? I don't know if I want to talk about Q and QAnon and the deep state stuff that's going on. I don't know if I want to talk about it because, it's frowned upon so much, and it really is a divisive topic. But I just don't understand. I just don't see how I would be doing justice if I was to just ignore this as a host. How can I just ignore something like this? So, if you don't mind, could you explain to what is QAnon?
Well, QAnon right now is the most popular media on the planet. More people are following Q on 8chan in terms of audience size. The audience for Q is larger internationally than all of the mainstream media put together. And if you're going to research Q, you're going to find over 2,500 attack articles that have been published specifically by the left. Who is Q and what is the meaning of all this? Q is, and you have to see that we are right now in America's second civil war. And it's part of a much larger freedom movement. So if you're looking at MAGA, Brexit, Yellow Jackets, these are people who are wanting a freedom movement. And for those people who are saying, smearing it, accusing it, ignoring it, scoffing it, answer me one question. You had the courage to ask me what's Q. Have you ever seen anyone in the mainstream media just ask the president or anyone in the White House that same question? Have you ever seen the mainstream media ask the president, is Q real? Have you?
No. That's what I don't understand. Well, how are people not asking questions?
Yeah. So why are they not asking the question? That's the right, now you're on the right approach. Well, what's happening is, and we're seeing, look at the suppression that's happening. I can tell you where all the suppression in Planet X started. It started in, I believe, July of 2017. Blood Moon Triad. You ever heard of Blood Moon Triad?
Yeah, that's the blood moons that are happening, right? And that
right
is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Well, on the month that it was forecasted of a major prophetic Christian event, a prophecy to come fulfilled would happen in 2017. And in that month of the Blood Moon Triad, more people researched the topic of Planet X, Nibiru, Nemisis. More people in that 1 month researched it, and here's the interesting facts. That 1 month volume was greater than all of the search inquiries since Google was formed and went live on Planet X. And I'm including the entire 2012 Mayan calendar period. In 1 month, more people read about Planet X than in the history of the world. And here's the other fact that's interesting. They were all Christians. And when the deep state globalists saw this, it made their skin crawl, because if there's one thing they fear is that Christians would set aside their differences and come together on something, in agreement, find a consensus. And that consensus turns out to be Planet X. It's a unifier amongst Christians, and that's it. You no longer have these, Catholics on one side, Protestants on the other side, and you know exactly why there's been a Northern Ireland, okay? You don't have this divisiveness. It's one topic that all Christians of no matter what walk they come from they all agree on it and they all come together on it. And ever since then, guys like myself have been under constant SETI suppression and attack. So I'm very sympathetic with your thoughts of saying, I don't know if I want to talk about this, because a lot of people catch heat, okay? I sure caught the heat. And it has been unrelenting, and it built to a crescendo. And I'm talking about, I'm not the only one. See, the whole strategy since 2017 has been very simple. The deep state, the mainstream media, the social mafia, the social media mafia in Silicon Valley. It's been a very simple strategy. If you push fear, they don't care. They don't care what kind of fear you push. All right? They just want you to push fear. If you push fear, they'll push traffic to you. If you do not push fear, they will push you under. And so what they have done in the Planet X field is that they have really eliminated or pretty much silenced all of the objective voices. And what you have is a lot of fear porn and clickbait, and that's intentional, because fear porn and clickbait is salacious, it's designed to move traffic, but in the final analysis, it's empty-handed. And when people look at it and look at it and look at it and follow it and follow it and follow it and follow it, and then they feel like they're eating lettuce. You got to eat a ton of lettuce to get a few net calories. And they feel like they're eating lettuce, and at a point they just say, well, this is just all contrived nonsense, and they go off. And see, it used to be, for guys like me, my audience were the people who got tired of all the clickbait, and they were just looking for folks like me or Shep over at IntelliHub, who were just, reporting the science and trying to explain things without all the hype and the fear porn and the salacious speculation and all this nonsense. We're the kind of people, one thing you're not going to hear from someone like me is I'm going, oh, wow, look at that. Is that amazing? Hey, what do you think? Say in the comments below. That's such happy bullshit. People who have the nerve to say that have no respect for the intelligence of their audience or of their need to be well informed on the most critical topic of the day. And that's just the way it is. But it's going to change. Because Trump signed an executive order. Twitter, it was just like, wait for him to go a bridge too far. Wait for that straw that breaks the camel's back. We've been complaining for 3 years about social media, about the Silicon Valley mafia, and finally they went a bridge too far. Then Trump signed an executive order, and they blew it off. Oh, well, it's blah, 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 the blah, blah, blah. Judge Napolitano came out and panned it, hadn't even read it. Came out and panned it. That's the thing about Napolitano. He plays so that guy is not loyal to anybody but himself. He plays both sides of the street. He's just wherever, he's an entertainer. He's a bullshit guy. You want somebody who's going to tell you what really is happening legally in Washington, Debbie Georgiados. Can we talk? That's who you listen to. Those are the kinds of people you listen to. Not Napolitano. He's a freaking clown. That's all he is. But this whole thing is going to shape up very well because, and what I have learned, and it just excites me, I can't tell you how delighted I am, is that not only has the Department of Justice initiated antitrust suits against Google, and this is confirmed because they they retain outside counsel as a part of that. That counsel has been retained. That was the first shoe to fall. The second shoe to fall is that this is not some deep state flunky mole that's in the DOJ or somebody that is, doesn't know how to stand and fight the fight. They're political. It's like they're always thinking of their own future. Now, on this one, A.G. Barr personally is overseeing this. There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah.
And
What's going on? What's happening?
Huh?
So what's going on? What's happening? You know, you're talking about a civil war that's happening right now. Who's fighting who?
Well, it's in America, the Civil War actually has come down to exactly the same two sides that you had during the first Civil War. The first Civil War was you had Democrats versus Republicans. The South was principally Democrat. The Democrats were pro-slavery party. They were the ones that fought hard to keep, to prevent the emancipation of blacks. And it was the Republicans who were the anti-slavery party of Lincoln. And, it was a hard-fought battle. I mean, I would suggest for people that you go watch the movie Lincoln. That'll really inform you as to who's real slavers and who's not. The Democrat Party, slavers from the South, and they wanted to keep slavery. And what we have is the Democrat Party is now moved out of the South, and it's gone to the coasts. And so it's gone from being a pro-slavery to a slavery for all. Because where's Trump getting his support? Not from Republicans, hard conservatives. I mean, willy-nillys, and they're all busy, renewing their country club memberships. But I'm talking about where he really got his base of support is from all the hardworking people that watched their lives destroyed because globalists shipped their jobs over to China and then sent their children to endless wars. And what do they get back? Body bags, drug dealers, and food stamps. And the people who live on the coasts were not in these manufacturing flyover states. They really didn't feel the pain. So they could have their kumbaya, we're morally superior moment. We're saving the world from useless eaters. But it's the people who are sitting there in little towns that only a post office could find. And they have one factory in town. And everybody busts their ass to make it a profitable factory, and it is. And the globalists, I saw this in the computer business. Carly Fiorina, when she was Hewlett Packard, she was the globalist slut of the universe. Okay? Mm-hmm. Carly Fiorina was the globalist slut of the universe. Because she took all these little factories that were keeping entire towns alive and incredibly profitable, and she didn't care about the profit. She was a globalist. Her job was to export everything to China, so China would become the center of the world and all supply chains. And so they would go in and just scoop up these factories and send them overseas. And they were brutal. One time I met a man whose job was to actually pack up the factories. And they sent him in a small town that had been a compact plant. And it was after Thanksgiving. Everyone was pink slipped, given 2 weeks' pay, and that was it. And everyone was unemployed on Christmas Day. And this is a town that had fought. Everybody had worked together to make that one of the most profitable plants HP ever owned.
Yeah,
they didn't care.
I think everybody's seeing. Everybody's seeing because of this what I call the Rona going around. Everybody's seen that having all the supply chains in China is probably not really a good idea.
Never was. Never was.
Yeah, but now the people are awake to it.
Now people are seeing that, more particularly is, look what's happening, the suppression of free speech, tech giants actually throttling the free speech of the most powerful leader of the free world. Twitter actually sets itself above everyone else that it can judge and punish the most powerful leader of the free world. What in the hell is this?
Yeah, right. Like, who do they think they are, right?
Yeah.
You know,
What the hell is
in
this?
fairness to Twitter and YouTube, I mean, it is their website. So it would be no different than you and I having a website, and you and I decide what we want on our website, right?
Wrong. If you get on a website and you smear me with lies, you're a publisher. I can sue you. If you have something worth getting,
Yeah.
that is. But what they're doing is they're using Section 230. And Section 230 says you don't have liability as long as you're an impartial public forum. But they're not. They're propagandists, publishers. They're picking and choosing who gets what. They're picking and choosing who's being seen. It's their website, but they're in violation of law. They have taken 230 and completely stretched it and redefined the law to work effectively in a way that the law does not read. They're in violation. They're fudging.
Yeah.
Okay? So it's not like you. I can sue you. I can't sue Google.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
Not that I would. You're a nice kid.
No, but
I'm
yeah, I
making
mean,
a point.
you answered my point pretty well, I guess, yeah, that's different. I'm not, working my site with this law saying I could do what I want, but I still have this law on my side because apparently I don't have this law on my side. It's my website. You can sue me, but yeah, you're right. It seems
That's
like
right. That's right.
now who
It was really
set that
designed.
up? Who put that in place?
Well, they put that in place. It was particularly for message boards. In the 1990s, this was the big meeting place for people to share opinions were message boards. And at that time, this was before Simple Machines Forum, and there were some proprietary models, Discus and so forth. And I used a lot of these message boards where you have a lot of people coming and sharing their opinions, like on Planet X Town Hall. And so we were actually Section 230 compliant 6 months before the law was passed. All right. And I had set, very clear terms of service and rules and what you could do. I mean, my philosophy is, hey, if you want to write a post about the 5 things you need to know about gay extraterrestrial marriage, have fun. Do it objectively. Don't attack. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Be factual, verify your sources, be a responsible netizen journalist. And so the Planet X Town Hall was, for many years, for a decade, it was a tent post in the Planet X community. People knew they could go find honest conversations. Maybe they weren't finding the depth or what they wanted specifically, but what they did find was honest and straightforward. All right? And now the Planet X Town Hall is not doing well because the lady who was the administrator has a raging case of Trump derangement syndrome. And after she deleted 99% of the membership without a backup, she resigned on me because she didn't like my Q articles. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was busy fighting, keeping that site up was difficult because a lot of attacks I was really spent all my time dealing with the barbarians at the gate. And I fought the barbarians off and I won there, but what was happening on the inside undermined me. And that's how communists work. Communism's always about infiltration and subversion. So I was infiltrated and subverted by the one person I, depended on to keep an honest dialogue on the town hall.
Yeah,
it was a difficult thing. I view it as temporary insanity.
I was reading an article that had just come out probably a couple weeks ago, and it said that the Chinese president had announced that he's ready and prepared to lead the New World Order. So that's basically what we're up against, isn't it? We're up against. I mean, China has bought its way into this country. They probably control the news, Google. They control the mainstream media, and they're really the puppet masters in charge of all these strings. Is that what you think?
I think everything we see is kabuki theater. That's what I think. Everything is kabuki theater. And it wouldn't surprise me to learn that what we have actually is an agenda with an agenda. Now, the globalists, their plan was very simple. China would become the manufacturing hub of the world, the universal supply chain, and then they would be able to dominate and control the world economy. And let's look at the effect of that, all right, of concentrating that power with the Kung flu or coronavirus or the China flu. It's China flu. Now, this flu was bioengineered in a lab because no one's been able to prove otherwise. And there are aspects to it that suggest that. But even if you say maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, what's undisputable is that it was released in Wuhan. The Chinese knew it was released. And what they then did was they started buying up all of the stockpiles of PPE in the world, protective personal equipment, gowns and masks. And then, while they're doing this, they're not letting people come in, but they're sending people from Wuhan everywhere into the world to spread the virus. And so the net result is millions of people are affected. There's an immediate need for PPE. And in the United States, what do we have? Obama intentionally left the cupboard bare. There was nothing for Trump. They didn't have PPE. They didn't have ventilators. They didn't have much of anything. And we were really dependent. And so a mask that would cost 35 cents is now $8. Because China's got them, and that's what you got to pay. What did Trump do? He moved the manufacturing on PPE, ventilators, other gear, medicines, and he moved it all the way back to the United States. And they lost all of that. So instead of, what did we do? Instead of using their tests, which are programmed to fail tests, the Chinese were giving tests that would yield positive results. I mean, they had one leader in Africa was able to test a goat and a cantaloupe or something. I mean, it was like weird stuff, and it comes up positive with COVID.
Yeah, I saw that. I think it was a papaya or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
That tested positive.
Whole thing,
Do you think that the first initial tests were tainted with the virus?
Absolutely. I think what they're going to see is they're going to start really digging into this. There are a lot of the people in America right now who have been tragically affected by this. Imagine your parent or your grandparent, great-grandparent, someone in your family that you love, and they were murdered by one of these Democrat governors who said, you have to take sick COVID patients and put them back in the nursing homes and you can't test them. That was done intentionally to create death blooms. They knew that the aged were the most vulnerable, and so if they could get those nursing homes contaminated, there'd be a lot of people dying. And it was the way that they died that was so tragic. They couldn't die with their loved ones standing around them. They couldn't hold hands. They couldn't feel a kiss. There was no words whispered of tender love, no being a family together. These people just died alone with no care. And their families were hostage to this vile corruption. It was unnecessary. We had hospital ships in Los Angeles and New York, virtually unused, but these people were sent to die for the sake of statistics.
Yeah, I mean, all they had to do was send these. If they just sent the elderly patients to the ship or to the field hospital in Central Park, then they could have saved a lot of people that were in these nursing homes, it seems.
That's right.
And they
but
just,
it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't understand why they did that.
What they wanted was numbers, huh?
I said I don't understand why they did that. Yeah.
Numbers. It was numbers. Let me tell you my own personal experience. I had COVID. Okay? And I know exactly where I contracted it. Exactly. In a hospital screening room. I had, this winter coming up, I decided I didn't want to have any colds or flus. And so beginning in the fall, I started taking every day a regime. First thing in the morning, I'd have take an airborne tablet, 1 gram of seed, drop it in a cup of hot water and have a tea. And then I'd have a large dose of chelated zinc. So it's chelated zinc and Z every day. I had no cold, no flu, no nothing. Nothing. I was completely impervious. And then they started to lock down. I'm in a ranch in the middle of nowhere. I'm not, so isolating for me was easy because I'm already isolated. But I had to go for a minor surgical procedure to the emergency room, completely unrelated to COVID. And I went in and I said, here, this is, I pointed at it. Yeah, I need a doc to look at this. And she said, are you sick, this, that? I said, no, all I got is this. I need that. I'm perfectly healthy. I don't have any symptoms otherwise. She said, okay, follow me. She walks me down to this distant room. And next thing I know, I'm sitting in this room that's been cordoned off for COVID screening. And I have to spend an hour and a half in this room waiting for this COVID screening. And the nurse comes in, takes my temperature and says, what the hell are you doing here? You don't have a temperature. Why did you tell the nurse you have a temperature? I said, I never told her any such thing. I don't have a temperature, never did. What in the hell am I doing here? And he was like, oh, he's disgusting. So fine, I'll get the doctor to look at you. And what does the doctor do? Instead of doing my procedure in a regular area of the emergency room, it was a minor procedure. The doctor did it right in the COVID-19 screening room. And 12 days later, exactly, boom, I come down with symptoms. But because I'd been doing this prophylactic treatment of zinc and vitamin C, when it did hit me, it only lasted about 6 hours. And it started with the fever, sore throat, and then the fever really started to rage. And I laid down and I was pouring sweat I mean, just pouring sweat. And I was at the point where I'm starting to think, okay, I need to give a call to a friend and, you know, go have myself checked. And about the time I'm debating whether or not to get a friend to take me back to the hospital where I got the frickin' disease in the first place, it snapped, broke. That was it. Fever broke. Boom. And that was it. It was over. I was AM to, and that was it. No more symptoms. I was over it. All right. And so I was a needless victim. And I was victimized in the hospital. Why? Because that nurse was told we need as many COVID reports as possible because they were losing money everywhere else. All the routine procedures, they're not doing them anymore. They can't do anything. And so the sole source of money for these hospitals, to keep them going was COVID and COVID related. So if you could get a COVID patient report, a suspect, you could get a COVID treatment. If you got them on a ventilator, cash cow, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. So everything was set up to financially reward the bad behavior of hospitals to help create a false impression. So this was very much a plandemic. And I experienced it firsthand. And when I talk with people on the left about this and I share my experience, it's like vapor trails. It's like mountains of UFO pictures. We'll see about that. Who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, there it is.
So what do you think Q is trying to do?
Q is trying to free us. What's happening right now is a global freedom movement. I call it the Great War to End All Slavery. I put up a podcast on that, titled just that way. And that's what it's really all about, folks, is that we are standing at a fork in the road. Let me be clear to those of you out there listening to me. If you haven't already said, he's on the right, he's a conservative, he's a deplorable, he's a useless eater, and you've already gone off. So you're still around. All right? This is your fight. You have skin in the game. Because if the globalists win, you have a 5% chance of surviving, and if you do, you'll be a slave. And if the freedom movements, what I collectively refer to as the alliance, prevail, you got a fighting chance. You got a fighting chance to be free and stay free. And see, here's the point, folks. Freedom is not something you order with Amazon Prime. Freedom is something you fight for each and every day. And the minute you stop fighting, evil will prevail. And that's the lesson America is learning right now. We've been good little consumer bees and we've been asleep at the switch. And now we're starting to see how deep and dark this rabbit hole is. And these people who hold out their moral position that subordinates us as useless eaters. And what are they doing? They're burning down cities, pulling down statues. You see Democrats taking a knee to these violent protesters who hurt people, kill people, destroy businesses, destroy homes, destroy everything. And when you see Nancy Pelosi take a knee to her, I only have one question in my mind. Is Nancy Pelosi taking a knee to them, or is she taking a knee to the God she prays to, namely Satan? Yeah, think about it.
That's a whole nother way of looking at it. The whole good versus evil, and I'll tell you, when we first started this coronavirus lockdown, everybody was all, "Oh, Tiger King! Remember the Tiger King? Tiger King this, Tiger King that." And it seems like what happened after that is that my wife and I, we watched this show called Out of the Shadows on YouTube. Have you seen that?
Not yet.
It's about how the CIA started up a project to infiltrate the TV and the entertainment industry and everything else to basically
Oh yeah, familiar with that. Yes.
yeah, like run, to basically program our minds into believing certain things about the CIA or about the 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 planet that we live in. Everything about life. We're basically learning because the CIA wants us to. It's all
That's
about
right.
it's something called I think it was Project Mockingbird. I think I could be wrong, but I think that's what it was. And there's actual proof that this is going on today, and it goes to explain how as many people that we see worshiping the Lord, God, there's just as many people that are worshiping the other side, the satanic side. And
Yes.
that's the side that we're
Matter of
not
fact, we've got a
seeing.
big parade coming up.
A big what?
There's a big Satan thing coming up, a parade. Yeah, they're going to have a big public thing about it.
Well, I mean, a lot of this is kept in the shadows, I guess. And what do you think about Q as far as it seems to me that I've gone and looked at some Q posts. It seems to me like it's really religious. It's a religious movement, is it
Well,
not?
it's the Q movement is dominated by Christianity, but it is a movement that is not solely Christian. And to its credit, with the Q movement, people all around the world from different walks of life, different faiths, different beliefs are part of this international movement. They're saying where we go one, we go all. So this is mostly a Christian fight. They're the most mobile and active group in this. But what I can tell you is no matter what walk of life you come from or your faith, when you walk with the Patriots, you don't walk behind. You walk abreast. And that's what's really important. Everyone walks abreast. And so, yes, this is largely, remember I told you, Blood Moon Triad, all of a sudden Planet X, Christianity mobilizes. All right, there you go. And there is, I mean, they can't talk about this. Trump could never come out and say anything about Planet X without definitely, that's it. He'd be toast. But
Well, it's because a lot of the scientists are on board
know
with
about it. Huh?
a lot of the scientists are on board with the opposite of that. You get a lot of scientists, and those scientists are only going to get the government funding if they do and say what the government wants them to do and say. Isn't that true?
What's worse than that? It's worse than that. Years ago, there were a group of astronomers who were actually working on this very heavily, and they were taking a ski lift to the observatory, and they were all in this one ski lift, cable car, and they're riding the cable car, and an American A7 intruder, supposedly on a training mission, all of a sudden comes in, flying right down on the deck, and cuts the cable with its wing. The cable car falls to the ground and everyone on board is killed. And deep space astronomy was devastated that day. Deep space astronomy was totally devastated. That was a huge loss of talented people.
And this was
And so-
what observatory was this?
Got remember, you'd have to look. This is in Italy, okay? So this is some years back, but you can research it and you can find it. And for astronomers, you have to understand is that there is a real sentence of death on this. And there's just, we see this going on all the time. You see it elsewhere too. Look, for example, what pharma's doing with the FDA and how they use the FDA as their own Nazi thugs. And you have companies that are selling natural solutions that really cure health problems. And they're destroyed. And these doctors die these bizarre, ugly deaths, stabbing themselves in the back 25 times before they throw themselves off of a high-rise building. And then it's labeled suicide. All right? So we see this kind of stuff happening, these kind of controls. And, when you have people say, well, that's conspiracy theory, that's conspiracy theory, that's conspiracy theory, that's conspiracy theory. Do you know who invented the term conspiracy theory?
Well, it was the CIA.
Yes. And they invented it to discredit whistleblowers and honest people speaking truth to power.
Well, it's pretty interesting to hear about. That's for sure.
When you accuse somebody of being a conspiracy theorist, you're saying, this is an honest person, don't believe them. That's literally what you're saying when you use the term.
Yeah, like, how dare you question what we say?
The programming. Yeah. Yeah. That's how deep the programming is. But it's going to change. People are waking up. They understand you can't buy freedom with Amazon Prime, that there is a price to pay. And the silent majority is becoming a much bigger silent majority. And people are looking at what's happening. They're afraid to speak. If you do, you can be completely and utterly destroyed. I mean, it is just, let me just read. This is, I just put up an article why I'm hanging up the phone on my liberal friends. And in there, I have a quote from Kamala Harris on June 18, 2020. And Kamala Harris said this. She said, and once Trump's gone and we have regained our rightful place in the White House, look out if you supported him and endorsed his actions, because we'll be coming for you next. You will feel the vengeance of a nation. No stone will be left unturned as we seek you out in every corner of this great nation. For it is you who have betrayed us. Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I heard her say that. Yeah, I heard that. I did see that. That's a pretty ballsy statement.
Ballsy?
That's what I don't understand. I don't understand how these people...
That is an outright threat. That's not ballsy. That's outright intimidation. That's KGB. That's FEMA cops showing up at 1 o'clock in the morning to bust you.
Yeah, for what? For having an opinion?
Yeah. Because this is the age of communist social re-education camps. We already have them all across the country and have for decades. They're called colleges and universities. Look what happens to conservative students. The abuse, the horrible abuse that they get. And what do we have? We have schools that are way overpriced, children in debt bondage on student loans they can never get out of from bankruptcy. The whole educational system has been corrupted by the communist strategy of infiltration and subversion.
Yeah,
and we're dealing with
that. I definitely think that this country has been infiltrated.
Right, but all of this works as long as nobody knows what's going on. If nobody knows what's going on, this all works like it's clockwork. It's clockwork. And the communists do it again and again and again and again, have over the years. And what has happened is with Trump and the Patriots, they've thrown a total wrench in the works. And the globalist plans are meeting resistance and they're floundering because everything they're doing to attack Trump is failing. But if the Democrats win, the nation will look like Seattle. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of people in denial, and a lot more people are going to go, hell no, screw this.
Do you think it's going to come to an armed conflict?
I write an article in there that says the White House must burn. And right now, and I lay out the reasons why. Read the article, why the White House must burn. And what do we have right now? They have already tried in Washington to set up another one of these free zones. Okay?
Yeah,
like
that's
they did in
the
Seattle.
Black
They
White
want
House.
to do another. Pardon?
Or the Black House, I think they're calling it, right?
The Black House, whatever, and all this stuff, and they want to take over. The first time that they were going to do this is Antifa is it follows. It is financed by George Soros. Soros is a World War II Nazi collaborator. Has hated America all his life because he's a devoted Nazi, and he wants to see the destruction of our Constitution and our way of life. And he's funding this. And what they did was they started building up for the first main confrontation, and Q actually undermined and prevented the attack because the Patriots they own the underverse. The globalists created this system of spying on us with the NSA, and now Trump and the Patriots have the key to the kingdom. They own the system. And guess what, kiddies? ISA works both ways.
Yeah.
They've been monitoring everything. And so Q just released code words from the Soros Antifa battle plan to destroy the White House in Washington and to take it over, turn it into the Black House. All right? And because once Soros saw that all of his plans had been compromised, when you know your attack has been compromised, you have to stop. That's it. And does that mean they're going to stop the effort? No. Soros has an infantile Nazi fantasy of seeing the White House burn and of seeing Trump and Pence hanging from a noose. Okay?
Yeah, and who's president? Who's president then?
The president and the vice president. He wants to burn the White House, and he wants America destroyed. And that's what he wants. And so right now, Antifa is reorganizing to come back for the next attack. Trump has held off the first one. He's held off the second one with the statues. Soros is not going to quit. The mayor of D.C. has made the White House a clear target. She said to the White House, get the National Guard out of the town. They're not welcome here anymore. And open up the White House so it's available on all sides to all citizens, with no police protection, no protections at all. The city's not going to protect. City's just going to create a gold brick road for all the rioters and the Antifa thugs that aim straight to the White House. And that's what they're going to want to build up to. And the reason why I say in the article, let the White House burn, is Soros is going to want to provoke a huge slaughter, a crisis, so that they can blame it on Trump. And what they're going to do is they're going to take a whole bunch of these snowflake idiots and shove them up against the fence so that they can defend the world against useless eaters. And behind them is going to be Antifa weapons teams. They already use weapons. If they're doing a protest, they stage crowbars, bricks, Molotov cocktails. They already set small armories of this stuff all over the place.
Yeah,
When they
I've
go in,
seen videos
and
people
this time,
posting.
pardon?
I'm gonna interrupt you. I saw videos people were posting about how when these protests were going on in these cities, these pallets of bricks were just mysteriously piling up everywhere. Whole pallets of bricks. Now, how is it that we don't have we have cameras running that can see anybody walking down the road, but we don't have any idea who's dropping off these pallets of bricks?
The Democrat mayors do.
Son of a bitch. All right, we're going to take a break and get him back in just a second. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just actually just on there. I was like, boy, I've never had so many problems happening with my system. That's the second time. It's just stopped the call, and it's just amazing to me how it happens when we talk about stuff like this. Boy, we must be hitting on some keywords that the system's
yeah,
not liking.
yep,
Excuse me,
yep.
sorry.
Welcome to my world.
So, man, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it just seems like we're
You want?
definitely in for a ride.
We're definitely. Are we still recording?
Yeah, we're going.
Okay, we're in for a ride, and what's going to happen is, and this is the reason why we got cut off, because I'm just now going to explain to you exactly how Soros wants to overthrow the country. This Nazi, is, sitting there, Mein Fuhrer, we're going to win, ultimate victory. He's going off on his thing. All right. What he wants to do is, like I said, they're going to pack all of these snowflakes out to save the world from useless eaters. And they're going to be, yelling and screaming, and they're feeling the power. It has nothing to even do anymore with intelligent or rational thought. It's power. It's power. This is like right in the groin kind of sexual power, cool power. People are taking a knee to us power. Okay? That's what that's what they're going to be going for. But Soros, what he really wants to do is provoke a massacre with federal troops. And so they have provocateurs. And this time, instead of it being bricks and bats and Molotov cocktails, it's going to be light machine guns, RPGs, and mortars. And they're actually going to do what they can to provoke a firefight with federal troops defending the White House that would create a massacre. Hundreds of these snowflakes blowing up left and right like hot watermelons in the sun. Okay? Ugly sight. And if, they're banking on, if America sees this happening, they're not going to care why. It'll just be outrage, and that'll be the end of the government. And the globalists prevail because they've created rage. They're going to do this because they got the bit in their teeth. This is what they want to do. And they don't deviate from plans. What is Trump going to do? Trump is going to do the smart thing. He's not going to kill a bunch of stupid snowflakes. He'll just let them burn the White House down. Much easier to rebuild a building than to rebuild a nation. The White House was burned to the ground in 1812. War of 1812 was in 1814. The British burned it down. We chased the British out, and we rebuilt it, and we soldiered on. And that's what's going to happen this time. And when Americans see the White House burning, it is going to shock the nation to its core. To its core. And we're going to have an existential moment to say, who do we want to be? Do we want to be free? Or do we want to be communist slaves?
Yeah.
Very simple, black and white. That's what I see coming. I think the nation is swinging very much in favor. And right now, the sum of all fears is happening for the globalists, because the judge who's Sullivan, who's obviously, he's an Obama sycophant, and Obama, picked up the phone, called this guy, said, hey, drag this out, stall, buy time. Let me see what we can do to shut this down. Flynn is their nightmare. It's the reason why they went after Flynn before they even went after anyone else. Because Flynn knows where the bodies are buried. He knows where the closets are, and he knows who has the keys. That's why they want to shut him down. And once this case is finally dismissed, no more gag order. And that is when Flynn is going to come forward, and it's just going to be gut-wrenching. Just absolutely gut-wrenching. He will be the Punisher. And then, things are going to change. But it's also, it's not where we're prevailing, and we know it's going to be better. All this is going to do with the deep state is going to take such a heavy hit that they're going to do something violent and extreme, because starting war, and that's what they want to do. They're going to want to provoke a war, get us into a war with North Korea, get us into a war somewhere else. Wars are a great way to paper over all kinds of sins. And that's what they use. They use war to do it. Trump doesn't like wars. All right? Who does?
Wow, that's
rich people like it. Their kids don't die. They don't come back in body bags or in wheelchairs for the rest of their lives. They just, hey, money, 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 and they don't care.
Yeah, you can't make money on bombs if they're not using them.
That's it. They're just using people. So this is, we're in a turning point here. And I believe that this second civil war will be won by the people. But they're going to be back. The globalists will be back. They're like T-1000 Terminators. Freeze them, bust them, shock them, do whatever you want. They reconstitute and they come back and they follow their programming. And the only way it's really going to stop the globalists and the central bankers behind them, the Rothschilds, is a debt jubilee on all central bank fiat currency. Imagine if Trump were to say, anything fiat currency, all debts, public and private, are forgiven. The government suddenly no longer buried in debt. Kids with these horrible student loans, they're free. Families struggling to get by and living on credit cards, they're free. Everyone's free, no debt. And they'll replace it with the currency backed in gold, and we will never borrow money at interest from anyone ever again. Gold and a jubilee will be a double shotgun blast that will end it once and for all. Anything short of that, they will reform, they will come back, and the future generation will have to deal with it.
Well, something that happened that nobody really talks about is that Donald Trump has taken control of the Fed, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
With the emergency order, I mean, it's the Treasury has taken that in now, I think.
That's right. see, up to now, the Federal Reserve, a lot of people think it's an official, part of the government. It's not.
Yeah.
The Federal Reserve is a privately owned corporation, and it is held by bankers in the Crown. The Crown is a sovereign state within the City of London. It's like Vatican City, or even like Washington, D.C. All right? And so it's a city-state. You have 3 city-states. And you have the Vatican city-state, you have the Crown city-state, and then you have here in Washington, D.C. District of Columbia is another city-state. And what Trump has done is he has completely undermined one leg. And once you undermine it, it's like a 3-legged stool. It's not gonna be so stable. It's gonna start to topple. So a lot of governments are probably watching and waiting on the sideline. They want to see how things go, what America is going to do with this. But and there are people, oh man, Trump it's bull and he's not going to do anything, and no. And again, that's people thinking at the speed of consumers, instant gratification. Oh, that's good. Click. I get it with Prime. Done deal. Buy it. What's the next thing? Okay. Doesn't work that way. Just the wheels of justice turn slowly. And they're turning. And major things are happening. And once Flynn, and I'm going to tell you something. I was talking to other guys like myself, like Shep at IntelliHub. And in the lead up, on the Flynn case, in the lead up to Department of Justice withdrawing the charges, in the 2 months up to that, absolutely unparalleled oppression, suppression, and abuse. I mean, it was awful. And it was after DOJ dropped the case, and then President Trump signed the executive order on social media, we started to see some relief. They're still hassling. They're doing it now in this interview. And it's automation, not some minder sitting there. It's an artificial program that decoded a buzzword and immediately followed the programming. One of the things that I personally feel, and I think it's a prevalent attitude in the Q community, is it's time for the CIA to end. That agency is so hopelessly corrupt. The only way to fix it is to end it.
Yeah, just get rid of it. That's actually not a bad idea. I think there was another there was another president that wanted to get rid of the CIA, wasn't that Kennedy?
Mm-hmm. Kennedy was assassinated because he was going against the central bankers. And it's also argued that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated for the same reason. Okay? Because the real slavers of the world are these deep state bankers, the central bankers. And they're into everywhere. But they're being undermined. When Trump took the Federal Reserve and took it into the Treasury is accountable to the president. And now that, the Federal Reserve is a part of the Treasury, it too is accountable. And the reason, and this gives Trump access to the same tools of manipulation the deep state and the central bankers have been using against us for decades. He has their weapons. Not only does he have their weapon, think about it, Trump has their weapons, he has the underverse with the NSA to spy on us, okay? And what is he doing with the world trade? And this is completely off the radar. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. If you want to know why China is really upset these days, is that, and they were going to be the globalist leaders of the world, that all supply chains start in China. And all of a sudden, that's going away. And one of the reasons why is Trump and Pompeo have been quietly going around the world making trade deals. Trump, we've all heard of the Chinese, their plan, Belt and Road Plan, okay? And they're following the old trade routes. And they want to establish themselves in the Indo-China theater as the dominant trading source for the whole world. All right. Well, what Trump has been doing is Trump has been going to these same nations with an American belt, with a road and belt for the American thing. The American plan is actually global. It's just not only Indochina, it's much bigger than that, encompasses a huge swath of the world. And unlike the Chinese model, which gives the Chinese a whole lot of advantages to subjugate and abuse other partners, the deals Trump making with these other nations is free trade. They're getting rid of tariffs altogether. Nations can just trade with each other freely. And one nation after another is signing up for this. And that's what the Chinese are saying. Their whole dream of being the world economic end-all, be-all is over. Trump is destroying it.
And it makes you wonder if they didn't release this virus on purpose.
They did. It was released on purpose. All right. And it's part of because there's a threat. Okay. And they're responding. They're thugs, and their thugs don't like being threatened. They like to be the ones doing the threatening. And so we're seeing all of this stuff. Are we going to see, I think the key word of the day is hydroxychloroquine. We're going to find out we had a therapy all along. All of these people didn't have to die. Senseless deaths. And why? Big Pharma, Bill Gates, mainstream media. They were all panning it and saying, bad, bad, evil, evil, evil. Been out there for 50 years. I have a goddaughter who had to take it for 2 years. I asked her, I said, what's it like to take? Are there side effects? She says, no, it's like taking an aspirin. A baby aspirin, actually, is what she said.
Well, I'm sure like any medicine, it has a side effect to a small percentage of the people, I'm sure.
It has a side effect. If you are taking the drug for a period of 5 years or more, every day, steadily, you do run a risk of loss of vision. But you've got to take it every day. Maximum dose for 5 years. So if you're giving it to somebody for 5 days, it's like, oh my gosh, hey, if you swallow a whole bottle of baby aspirin, that's going to whack you. All right? So you have to be practical about this thing. And people are going to learn that there was a lot of people died needless deaths. We had something, and it was suppressed by the media. The media is going to be pummeled on this, along with many other issues. But the mainstream media is just going to be totally pummeled on this because they enabled murder. There's no other way. It's not unfortunate deaths. Oh, they're seniors. They only had a little time left. So, hey, what the big deal? It's all moral equivalency. Now, if your grandmother or your parent died alone when you could have been there to hold his or her hand, People don't forget something like that. Not when they've been lied to, as with this absolute malevolent suppression of hydroxychloroquine. But there's also going to be more drugs that are going to come out, and we're also going to start learning other things. I think this is going to blow the lid on immunizations. You know, in Africa, there are a lot of people that want Bill Gates arrested and hung.
Yeah.
He went in there to Africa to say, I want to save a whole lot of people. They killed many more people in Africa with the immunizations that they gave them than the numbers of people who were dying from the disease they were being immunized against. Gates went out there and slaughtered people.
Yeah, you know, and what
start coming out?
What professional doctor diploma does Gates have? I mean, isn't he? You know, he just created a computer program. Like, how is he an expert on medical? I don't understand how that's. You know what I mean?
It's the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules.
I just don't understand how Bill Gates can.
They have the money. They have the money to do it. That's all you have to understand. If you want to spread lies, kill people, do whatever, and you've got a lot of money and you got a lot of pull, you can do it. You can do it. Because for a lot of years now, our American government has been up for sale. And that's what really pisses the globalists more than anything else. They bought a government, and they damn well expect that government to stay bought, and Trump's not playing along. And that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely going to be interesting. I guess what comes next. I just have a feeling that we're just going to see one big event after another until November.
And I agree with you. I think you have a good assessment. Because they're desperate. What they have to do is fight for the globalists right now, their number one weapon system is the mainstream media. All right? Now, I'm saying this as I said, I was with CNN when Turner was running it from 86 to 88. And I remember it being a lean, mean news machine. It was the honor of my life to be involved. We did fantastic journalism. It was investigative journalism. Today, what I see is Invasion of the Body Snatchers Part 2. And 4 o'clock in the morning, the pods open, and out come the zombie reporters, and they all sound alike. And that's what I see with the mainstream media. These, zombie reporters who wouldn't know truth if it bit them in the butt. And any reporting that they're doing is halfway objective. I think it's more people just trying to figure out how to cover their butt because they know a reckoning is going to come. A reckoning is going to come. And then a lot of these major household names are not going to be major household names anymore.
Well, if it turns out that they're working with China to overthrow the U.S. Constitution, I mean, that's treason.
Absolutely.
You know, the same with the media. You know.
And the media has been co-opted, but there's also new media that's coming out. I'm seeing a whole new, in the last year in particularly, I'm seeing One American News, Epoch Times. I'm seeing a lot of individual, independent sources. I never go to mainstream media. It's why? I know it's propaganda and lies. I don't have time to read propaganda and lies, watch their broadcast. Don Lemon with his, oh my God, it couldn't be any worse than this, and all of the, twisted agony on his face. I think Don Lemon must get up for an hour every morning and practice his agonized look in the mirror. So outrageous. If I were to, for Don Lemon, I have one message. Remember what your mom said. You keep doing that, you'll go blind.
Yeah, well, I remember Cuomo was up on TV, and I seen this clip where he was like, "Tell me where it says protesters need to be peaceful," and it's like, the right of protesters to peacefully assemble. It's right in the Constitution of the United States. Did you not read that? It's like, wait a minute, like
Apparently not. Apparently not. But the thing of it is there's going to be, in Seattle right now, the summer of love. It didn't work out that way, huh? 3 shootings, somebody dead, and one of the Antifa rioters wants to sue the police for not coming in time. I mean, figure it.
Yeah, good luck with
but
that.
I'll tell you, what's happening now is property owners and businesses are starting to file lawsuits against the city of Seattle. And they're saying, hey, you did not defend and protect our rights. And they are going to go at them. And it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the courts.
Yeah, there's a lot of big businesses that are leaving Seattle too. They're going down to Phoenix. I think I was reading.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. They're going Phoenix and elsewhere. They're, you're seeing, for example, in North Carolina, they lost how many millions and millions of dollars were lost because a Democrat chases it off and says, no, we're gonna declare it a COVID site and shut it down or something like that. Excuse me. So what are they going to do? They're going to have the business meeting for the party as they planned and fully compliant with the nonsense. And it's only going to last a day or two. And then once the business party for the GOP is finished and they've got the platform and all, they've done all their paperwork. And then it goes to Texas and Trump is, that's the big show. Then the big convention, and they're going to roll it out. And so what they're doing is North Carolina gets to have their COVID threat. And guess what? They still get to keep the GOP business, but like maybe 2% of it. And the rest of it has gone out of state now. I'm sure that governor and that mayor are going to have to explain that to the voters in November.
Yeah. Hey, Marshall, we're out of time. Where do you want to plug some stuff, your websites? Where do people find you?
You can just go to marshallmasters.com, my website, and that'll take you to my website, Your Own World USA. That's YOWUSA.com. But just marshallmasters.com. And while you're there, please check out my new book, Win-Win Survival Communities. I did this book to help people survive the coming flyby. And while other people are hitting walls, in a win-win, you're going over speed bumps. And while other people are sitting in the ground eating dead food in a box, you're growing live food and you're having a good life. I don't care if there's earthquakes, volcanoes, whatever, because it's an all hazards facility. And it's made with the most beautiful bunkers in the world, concrete domes. So come take a look at that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That'd be pretty neat. All right, and we'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. Well, folks, isn't that interesting? There's some interesting. If you go and do some work, there's a website called qalerts.app where you get to go and see all the posts from Q and what he's actually saying. And it's strange that this could be a move by our military to circumvent the mainstream media, which has been taken over by the deep state via control of China or somebody else. I mean, that's insane to think about. I mean, what if that's the case? I mean, think about it. Like China and the Democrats working together along with the mainstream media to overthrow the Constitution of the United States to create a new country. I mean, it's mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. And I don't know if it's true or not. I have no idea. I mean, it's definitely an interesting subject to discuss and talk about. But if you think about how even talking about this or discussing it gets you banned from YouTube or gets you put in an algorithm where nobody's going to be able to see what you say. I mean, doesn't that just say it all? Why, if it's such crap, why the cover up? You don't cover up nothing, right? So it's interesting to think about. I'll go ahead and read this post here. I wasn't going to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and read it. This was posted by Q on June 24th, 2020, and it says, "You have been selected to help serve your country. Never retreat from the battlefield, Twitter, Facebook, etc. Use other platforms as a form of centralized command and control. Organize and connect. Bridge through linking. Source memes, material from Battlefield and or Garage, highlights and share, take and drop. Mission 1. Dispute, reject, propaganda push through posting of research and facts." So the mission 1 is basically saying, dispute the propaganda on the mainstream media through posting of research and facts. Mission 2, support role of other digital soldiers. One falls, another stands, rises. Mission 3, guide, awaken others through use of facts, declass 1-99 material and other relevant facts and memes. Decouple MSDNC control of info stream. Ask, counter, questions to initiate thought versus repeat echo of MSDNC propaganda. Mission 4, learn use of camouflage digitally, primary account suspended, terminator, use of secondary. Mission 5, identify strength, weaknesses, personal and designated targets, RE, Twitter and Facebook, other example, RE, memes, failure to read through use of algo. Think Tron, MCP, Master Control Program, dependence on person-to-person capture, slow response time, unidentified users. Game theory, information warfare, welcome to the digital battlefield, together we win. Now, I mean, who's gonna make that up? I mean, not make it up, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that sounds pretty, I don't know. I don't even know if I'll put this outro on there, but honestly, I don't care. It's interesting to look at. It's interesting. You know, there's a lot of interesting things out there, and the facts are that we need to keep our minds open to different possibilities that we might not even comprehend. Let's look up from the spider that we're all told to look at, and maybe look around at our house, because our house is burning. Something's going on. There's something going on. Definitely something. You know, is it what Q says? I don't know. I mean, we'll find out, right? We're gonna find out. But either way, whether it's right or wrong, it's still good to know, and it's still good to maybe put a little time into studying, because this could be something very significant. And if it is, you know, it might want to be something that you're ready for. So, anyway, that's our show today. Appreciate you tuning in. This is Conflict Radio. We got a lot of really good guests coming up. Our next show, we're actually getting Jared Murphy back on. And we're going to talk about some things that we didn't have time to talk about last time. And that should be interesting. And we've got some other really good guests lined up. And, we're sailing forward. We're doing our thing. And we're putting up a lot of good content that I think that everybody should find interesting. At least I find interesting. And you don't have to listen to every show if you don't want to. You don't have to listen to this one. I don't care. But I wasn't gonna blow it off. I wasn't gonna ignore it. We were gonna talk about it because it's something that's going on in the world, and we should be able to talk about it. There's nothing wrong with that. So that being said, we'll catch you next time on Conflict Radio. Be safe. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is March 18th, 2021, and today, joining us is Jared Murphy, of course. He's going to be co-hosting with me today. Jared, how are you?
Doing great.
Oh, that's awesome, man. You sound really enthused. Got you up early this morning for an interview. So we do have Marshall Masters with us today as well. We're going to talk about Planet X. Marshall Masters is a former CNN Science Features news producer, freelance writer, television analyst, and the publisher of YOWUSA.com, YOWUSA.com. Since 1999, he has been researching Earth changes and Nibiru flyby-related topics, including sustainable survival communities, catastrophic crop circles, impact events, and future technologies. Like many others, Marshall sees the dark cloud coming. What makes him different is that he always sees a silver lining, a noble and inspiring Star Trek future. Marshall, how are you today?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Not too bad. Do you still believe in a noble and inspiring Star Trek future?
Absolutely.
Well, that's good to hear, man. That's pretty awesome because things are looking pretty grim. There's a lot going on in regards to Planet X. First off, I guess just for the new listeners and everything, we've got Nemisis out there flying in an orbit around the sun, and Nemisis and a couple. Nemisis has a few planets actually orbiting Nemisis as it's orbiting the sun. And what can you tell us about that? Is there any new news? What's going on?
Okay, well, for your newbies out there, we live in a binary star system. Actually, some would say it's a trinary, but we have evidence that it's a binary, and the smaller binary companion to Sol, our sun, is Nemisis. That was what the name that was given to it back when I was in high school. There was this whole thing of us living in a binary star system was the rage of the day when I was in high school back in the late 60s. And then all of a sudden the conversation just died. That was it. They shut it down. And this was really something that happened in 1983. That's when the topic was shut down because it was spotted by the IRAS telescope, and they've done a lot of imaging on it. They've been tracking it. We've been tracking it. When we started looking at this, for those that this is the topic of Planet X, and it's important to understand what Planet X is, what it means, the word itself. It's not planet number 10. Planet X is a term that was invented by Percival Lowell, the founder of the Lowell Observatory. And he dubbed the term in about 1905. What Percival Lowell was doing, the reason why he started his observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona, was to find Neptune's perturber. This was the big quest of the European astronomers. And what had happened was Uranus was the very first planet discovered with a telescope, and they observed it and saw it had a perturbation, a little zigzag.
And they then used mathematics to deduce what the body was that was causing Uranus to have this perturbation. And literally, the mathematics were so precise that when the formula was given to the observatory in Berlin, I mean, they literally just swung the scope around, and within a few minutes, pow, they had Neptune. And then they started, so Neptune was the first planet discovered with mathematics. And then, after they discovered Neptune, they found Neptune, like Uranus, had a perturber, some big mass beyond the planet. Well, what they did was they began looking for what they called Neptune's perturber. And that was the reason why Lowell started the observatory in Flagstaff, was to pick up on that and to be the one to discover it. A few years, I think it was in 1915 or thereabouts, actually Percival Lowell did image they imaged Pluto, but at the time he thought Pluto was not a planet, it was some other kind of object. However, Percival Lowell had an assistant, Clyde Tomlinson, who he continued Percival Lowell's work, and in 1930 discovered Pluto. And they thought at that point Pluto was Neptune's perturber, and that was it. Game over, we solved it. Well, that wasn't the case, because it was in the 80s when they discovered Charon, which is a moon of Pluto, and it proved that Pluto is actually rather puny. It's the whole planet is only about, I think, 60% the size of our moon. Okay, so Pluto's pretty small and nowhere has enough mass to be Neptune's perturber. And consequently, the search for Neptune's perturber kept going on, and Percival Lowell coined the term Planet X simply to mean a planet that exists and that we know it is there, not that we can see it, we cannot see it, but we can see its interactions with planets we do know and can observe. And so that's all it means. Planet X is an unobservable object that we know exists by virtue of its ability to interact with objects we can observe. That's what it means. Planet X has had, historically had a lot of names. It's Planet X. In the Latin community, the Latino community, it's called Hercolibus, which was the original term given to this object by the Atlanteans. The ancient Egyptians and the Hebrews called it the Destroyer. The Celts called it the Frightener. The Chinese called it the Red Dragon. Others called it the Red Planet. So there are a lot of names, but a rose by any other name is still a rose. And that's the same thing. So it's coming. Now, people say, when am I going to see it? When am I going to see it? All right. Well, I've been posting since 2013. We've been tracking it. We first picked it up from a camera on Mount Turrialba in Costa Rica at about 10,000 feet. It was a very good webcam provided by the university. And Nibiru, which is the outermost object of the Nemisis system. Nemisis has its own planets, moons, and satellites. And the three primary large planets are Helion, Arbota, and Nibiru. Nibiru is the outermost. And that's the reason why it's referred to in the ancient literature as the planet of crossing. This was the one that was close enough to get to us. And but it also has several other objects. There's about 7 to 9 objects totally, and it's a mini constellation. think of our solar system and then make a very, very small version of our solar system. And that's the Nemisis system with its own cloud of debris and objects and satellites. Right now, we're in a locking orbit with it. It's on the opposite side of the sun from us, and it moves on two axes. On its horizontal axis, it circles the sun approximately every 360 days, but it's also tilted 30 degrees to the ecliptic, so it's moving on a vertical axis. And that's the movement that is particularly of concern, because when it is in the southern skies, the ecliptic is, imagine you take the sun's equator, if you will, and just take a concentric ring from there and expand it outwards to the 12 constellations of the zodiac. That's the plane of the system. That's called the ecliptic. And so this is an important concept. You have the southern sky below the ecliptic, northern sky above. When Nemisis is in the southern skies, it's not a problem for us. And that's where it spends most all of its 3,600-year orbit. However, once it's above the ecliptic, it becomes our problem. And it crossed the ecliptic in approximately December, I think either July or September of 2020. And there was an image that was leaked to Planet X News, and he put it up. Some white hat, somebody, it was a picture that shouldn't have been leaked, and it was. It was obviously an intentional leak. Somebody wanted it out there because not only does it, if you go to my website, and we're down for repairs right now, maintenance, we're upgrading, but I have an article titled Wormwood 2028, and so I show it in there and I explain it. It's approaching. Right now, Nemisis is above the ecliptic. It's behind the sun. We're merging with it. What I'm saying is 2028 is when it's going to cross the ecliptic on our side of the sun. And then that's when we're going to have a pole shift and a major loss of life on the planet. And that is a basic summary of Planet X. And I have a book, Surviving the Planet X Tribulation. And if you read that book, I wrote it to walk somebody through it that has to explain it to somebody else. And there's a tremendous number of illustrations in there that gives you an idea of it. Personally, I saw Nibiru naked eye observation September 9th, 2018.
All right. So,
All right. And so for me, it's real. For everybody else, it's like UFOs. There's a lot of people that just simply aren't going to believe UFOs exist until an alien is eating their face.
all right. Jared, do you want to jump in? Do you have any questions on that?
Well, yeah, I'd like to start with, I write about Nibiru too, and I was just curious since, the guess is that it's on a 3,800 or 3,500 to 15,000 year.
3,600.
Yeah. What you said you saw it with your naked eye.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to start there. Where, when, and how, and where.
It was Warden, Washington. I was with one of the supporters of my work. We were out actually studying geological formations in the central Washington state area. We were coming back and going through all the wheat fields in Warden, and I'm riding shotgun, and I'm basically vegging out. It's just nice. Somebody else is driving. I don't have to drive. I like that. And but next thing I know, she is just screaming, I see it. I see it. Next thing I know, she sees a small side road, and she pulls onto that so fast, I thought we would go up on two wheels. Comes to a screeching halt, and I look out the window, and which was clean. I had just cleaned it earlier that day at a gas station, and I saw it. jumped out. The sun was just touching the horizon. Nibiru was at about the 11:30 position, or the 12:30 position, excuse me. And I have been looking at Planet X observation videos for years and years. All right. Nobody's done more analysis on this than I have. Nobody. I mean, you go out and you see other people and they have websites, and what do? They show a picture and they say, hey, what do you think of that? Let me know in the comments. I think that's insulting to viewers. If you're going to put something up, you need to explain what it is that you're putting up. And, let people go ahead and do that. But you have to be the one that stands up and says, all right, here it is based on what I'm seeing. So that's when I do it, I do a lot of analysis, gamma analysis, tests for Photoshop hoax, whether you're going to have other objects that are known and cataloged that could be in the same area and mistaken for the object. I do a lot of analysis on all these. And this object I looked at it dead on, knew exactly what it was. And the other person with me, we didn't have enough time to get out our cameras to take a picture. But we both observed it, and I questioned her about what she saw, and I did it in a way that would allow me to test. So I said, well, where did you see it, at the 2 o'clock or at the 10 o'clock? And she said, no. She told me she saw exactly where I saw it. And then it passed. And the thing of it is that the difference between somebody like you looking at it and me looking at it is that you haven't done it before. So the first thing you're doing is you're busy saying to yourself, what is this? I've never seen this before. And so you're posing all of these questions, and then you're trying to find an explanation for what you're seeing. I'm an image analyst. I don't do that. When I see an image, I just start analyzing the image, pixel by pixel, line by line. I don't care about summaries. I don't care to explain it or rationalize it to anybody. You study it for what it is. And I did that, and there was no question that was it. I've spotted that object now several times in other reports at the same exact place that I saw it. The only difference is it's about twice as big as when I saw it then, back in 2018. So it's doubled in size. And this is coming. This system is coming. We track 2 different data sets in my science articles, fireballs and earthquakes of all magnitude. Fireballs is just on the uptick. It just has since December 21, 2012. The Mayans were absolutely right. The Mayans were right. Hollywood was dumbass and wrong. Hollywood wanted to sell bullshit. And so they had everybody convinced it was all going to happen in 2012. No, prophecy doesn't work that way. You always have a harbinger that is a benign sign that you are on the timeline of a catastrophic event so that you can prepare. And it's like in the Bible, 7 lean cows, 7 fat cows. All right. And so we had a pure, crystal clear harbinger, because the ancients, and here's something that it's important with the number of years in the orbit, is that the 3,600 years originally came from Zechariah Sitchin. What Sitchin did, whether it was intentional or unintentional, was he created a real hard time for anybody following on his work to sort it out, because he was not specific as to the type of year. You're going to have a Gregorian calendar, which is nothing ever falls the same day. I mean, we're always jumping around. It's really a crappy calendar. Uh, the lunar calendars, the very first calendar that was ever, these were the very first calendars ever. When these prophecies were all done, they didn't have Gregorian calendar, they had a lunar calendar. And so a lunar calendar has different duration. And when you recalibrate everything from the Gregorian calendar to a lunar calendar, the numbers all fit. Clickety click, click, click. When you do it with Gregorian, they don't fit. All right. And it's like trying to put 7 cylinders into a 6-cylinder car. It just ain't going to work right. And so it's coming. It's on track. We keep observing it. I keep seeing observation videos. The thing about it is that a lot of the observations of Planet X stopped. And it wasn't because it was a hoax or Nancy Leader or any other nonsense. It's because COVID. People are locked down. They're in their homes. Who's outside and going around? All right. And that was the big thing. And then all the politics sucked the oxygen out of the room. So Planet X is kind of waffled out there. And it has nothing to do with the science and what's going on. The science and everything that we see just keeps saying, yeah, this damn rock's coming. Okay, that's it. And we just keep seeing it. But it's all of this other distraction and noise that's making it difficult for people to focus on what is really actually happening. And, for me, I've seen it. Once that happened, it accelerated my motion. I had just finished writing Radio Free Earth because it's going to be important for people to know how to use two-way radios, because that's all that's really going to be left for distance communication. Short of that, you're going to have signal flares and, campfires or whatever. Two-way radios, after everything else is shut down, the internet, communications, that system folds up and it goes away. You're going to have people that are just doing ham radio. And so we wrote the book. And then at that point, I was going to take some time off. But after seeing it with my own eyes in 2018, I knew I had to move directly into the next project, which is Win-Win Survival Handbook. And for your listeners, you can find that at domecommunity.com. That's domecommunity.com. And that'll take you straight to the pages on Amazon. You can look at it. And this is about how do we survive what's coming. That is the key thing. And my focus right now is there's just no more time to waste on trying to prove to people who are in denial. All right. I've been doing that for, since 2002. All right. Now it's time to work with the people who are smart enough to understand what they're looking at and that they need to take action.
So you're saying,
and because a lot of people look and they say, "Oh my gosh, isn't that interesting?" I don't know. All right. And those 3 words just allows them to stop thinking, doing, being critical. And that's it. So I'm more interested right now in working with people who are not in denial. And 90% of these people have had dreams, visions, and premonitions about what's coming since childhood. So they don't come through the science, they come through the spiritual. 9 out of 10 people come through the spiritual side. The other 10% are what I call perceptives. These are people who are critical thinkers, and they can filter out their own prejudice and bias and programming to look at what is actually in front of them and to see it for what it is. And so now the Planet X is coming back. it's starting to slowly grow back. But like I said, the all of the politics has pulled the oxygen out of the room, and
So you're saying it's on a 3,600 year orbit, right?
lunar year orbit. Yes.
So how many years is that for us? Is it?
That's 3,600 lunar years for us. It's not that big a difference. I think maybe about 1,000 years difference between the two calendars. But in terms for us, I already wrote that in my article, Wormwood 2028. That's when I projected that it'll be on our side and it will cross the ecliptic. And after it crosses the ecliptic is when we're going to have a pole shift. And the planet is, and I agree with Ed Dames, I see the planet shifting about 12 degrees.
All right. Jared?
Yeah, so look, I may have missed this from your article, but do you set a direction based on if Nibiru is visible with the naked eye, we should be able to photograph it again. Has anyone done that? Do you have diagrams, or I may have missed anything that you have done already that has shown? We should be able to take photographs of it then.
Well, I've been putting up articles for years of observations. The best observations are at altitude, people in passenger jets, because it's very clear sky up there. Okay? And,
right, but if you have a direction
they have
and a
a good
location,
angle
I'm looking
on
for an
the
X
horizon,
that marks the spot.
and so it helps it. So I have put up, guys, I have put up numerous observation articles. I've done a lot of videos. These are actual, these are sightings, and I go through and I vet them, I analyze them, I put them up, I explain everything, and most people go, well, I don't know about that. All right, because they haven't seen it with their own eyes. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many. This is like UFOs. You could have a mountain of photographs, affidavits, testimony, all kinds of stuff, and people are still going to go, what? Oh, I don't know. All right.
Well, I think there's plenty of schools
and they're going to keep saying, I don't know, until an alien is eating their face.
Well, there's plenty.
That's the problem.
There's plenty of
it's
astronomical
not the
departments
science,
that can.
The problem is the denial.
Marshall, if you know where it is, I'm just curious, why has no astronomical department photographed it?
Well, they're not going to release that, Jared.
No, well, but if you've published on this so much and you know where it is in the night sky, I mean, we can get telescope time. We can photograph this if we know the direction and location in the sky.
It's behind the sun. It is on the other side of the sun.
But you've seen it twice.
That is the most difficult place to observe objects, and the only time you can observe them is very close to sunrise and close to sunset. And Chelyabinsk 2013, they didn't see that coming. It detonated with the equivalent force of 30 atomic bombs. And NASA finally had to admit they didn't see it because it came out of the sun. Now, there's suppression, all right? And, I mean, there's what, guys? Let's cut the crap here. There's about, 20, 30, 40 different keywords that if I say them, your video's going to be demonetized or removed. Yeah. And if I say enough of them, you're going to lose your channel, right?
Yeah.
Come on. Let's cut the crap. You have to deal with suppression. I've been dealing with suppression from the very get-go. All right? This topic has been under heavy suppression. And has NASA imaged it? Hell yeah. The image that is in the 2028 Planet X, my Wormwood 2028, that came out of one of our solar observatories. All right. And it was slipped out by a white hat, somebody that just, saw it and went, oh my God, this people need to understand this. But the suppression is there. At NASA, for every scientist on the payroll, you got 2 spooks. It's 2 spooks for every geek. Everything you see is filtered and filtered again and filtered again and sponged and sponged and sponged. And to sit there and say, well, why haven't they reported this, that, and it would be logical to assume is ignorance of the massive amount of suppression that has been going on in this topic, which is no different than the massive amount of suppression you guys have to deal with in getting your show on the air without YouTube busting your nuts.
Yeah,
I've been dealing with this for a long time. So excuse me if the argument just upsets me a little bit, but I'm tired of suppression. The suppression really went crazy in 2017. That's when the deep state went totally crazy about Planet X because it was Blood Moon Triad. We published on it. We said, well, that's an interesting idea, but it's not going to pan out to what everybody thinks. But in September of 2017, more people than in the history of the internet were researching the term Planet X and Nibiru, and all of them were Christians. And the minute the deep state saw that, holy crap, they fell on me and other Planet X researchers like a ton of bricks, demonetizing, canceling, attacking, you name it. I could go on and to share with you all of the stuff that they have done. I just don't do it because people know it's suppression and they don't want to hear about it. But it's my life and I have to live with it.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question, Jared. We know that there's a lot of cataclysmic events that have happened in the past. Would you relate those cataclysmic events, Jared, to a Planet X flyby, like say every 5,000 years or so?
Again, like there's this issue with how much do we have been revealed as to whether or not we are in a binary system, which most habitable worlds that we've observed in the greater universe have a binary star system. So one, we haven't either photographed and or admitted to having a second star. And two, even if we're talking Nibiru, again, if it's observable, then we have to photograph it. And if it is within a cycle that is causing trouble, again, there has to be some evidence for it. So depending on what you want to consider.
Jared, would you do me a favor, Jared? Stop with the assumptions. Give me some facts and evidence, please, to support your position.
Literally asking for a direction in the night sky, Marshall,
I hear those all the
where
time.
to locate Nibiru. So that should be a simple one that you can publish. And if you have, then I apologize. If you haven't, then give us the X on the spot on the astrological map. Where do we look? We don't need to believe you, like you said. You're not pontificating. We want to know where it is. So show us where it is.
Either side of the sun.
On either side of the sun.
It's behind the sun.
1 o'clock,
it's going
3
to
o'clock.
depend. I already told you earlier. You're going to be looking for an object that's close to the sun at near to sunset or near to sunrise. And that's how you spot an object that's behind the sun. And I have published, I don't know how many videos and articles with those kinds of observations.
I've seen
All right.
Okay, great. So it's not about, it's just, I'm all for having a general conversation, but as far as the specifics go, Marshall, it's about, okay, I know individual astrologists that they're people, the astronomical observation is not an impossible task on an independent scale. So it's a matter of knowing where it is in the sky and doing the photography and having the time, put the time into it. So that's as far as Michael asking the question, if it has a 3,600-year cycle, does it have an effect on the planet? Well, we do have some general geological evidences over the last, if we want to multiply that by 2, in the last 7,400 years, there's some evidences of various issues. We have small and other magnetic and frequency issues on the planet. There's solar flares. There's the younger Dryas. There's whatever happened about 55, 60,000 years ago. There's the volcanic eruption that Brad Olson likes to reference from 76,000 years ago. I mean, we can go on with super volcanoes. There's a number of things, and whether or not those poles are from an extraterrestrial body, sure, that's an opinion. That's not a factual point. If we're talking facts, what we can say is, I'm all for going out and doing the field work, Marshall. That's something I want and do, and I don't want to just write on it. I also want to go out and do the work. So part of it is, if we make an observation like there's a hole to the center of the Earth and it's in Antarctica, we have to do everything within our means to locate it. If there's an alleged Grand Canyon Egyptian thing, which sounds like a bunch of bullshit, we need to go back and start looking at those caves. If somebody says Nibiru is on the horizon, then what's your plans to photograph it? That's one of my only questions to you, which is, what are you doing to photograph it and proving it?
When you have an object that's close to the sun like that, it is your ability to see it is completely unpredictable because it depends on your elevation, your viewing sky, a whole number of different things. And so when people see it, it's because they're fortunate enough to have. And you wanted,
I believe
you're
it's
questioning, yeah, but I don't know. How do I answer it? Because you're questioning all my work, but you've never obviously looked at it.
I'm all for
right.
I'm all for, if you know where it is and you've seen it with your naked eye and more than once, then there is an observatory that we can use. There is a location that will work, and if you've seen it with your own eye, then we can certainly see it from a telescope. So let's do the work. I just am asking if you've done that work, and if you haven't, then I'm saying let's do it. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm not attacking anything. What I'd like to do is, if through the naked eye and through multiple instances and multiple locations and on multiple occasions, different people at different points have seen this planet, then it is very much photographable. If the human eye can see it, so can a radio telescope. So where do you, in your opinion, suggest we do that?
Well, first off, Nemisis is a brown dwarf, and you're not going to see it naked eye until it's close. Otherwise, you can see it in infrared, which is how it was spotted in 1983. In terms of observing it, I broke the story on the South Pole Telescope in 2006. This telescope was installed at the Scott Adamson Station, and it was the perfect telescope because it was in the deep infrared, the perfect thing for tracking this system. And there were disclosure videos, 2 of them that came out showing the system, and those people were shut down and pummeled, and it was really, there's suppression, there's cover-up. You're just, go out and do it. It's next. Go see if you're going to go down to Southeast Arizona. All right, Mount Graham. The Vatican put in the Lucifer telescope in a position where it's going to have the longest continuous viewing of the Planet X flyby as the system goes through our system. And they put it there. So you have a telescope in Antarctica that was used to track it in the southern skies. You have the Vatican puts in a telescope in Arizona to track it continuously through the flyby. So I tell you what, why don't you contact those observatories and see if they'll let you come down and do a search? Okay, and then get back to me. I'd be interested to see. Give them, go ahead, ring them up, give them a call, shout it out, and say, hey, can I come use your Lucifer telescope to look at Planet X? See how far you get. But you got to try. That's the whole part of the suppression. They have the control of the assets. And in terms of looking at the sun, you don't even need a telescope. since 2013, been tracking observations of it, first from Turrialba in Costa Rica and other places. Most of the best ones are at altitude from people in passenger jets. Those things have been reported. I analyzed them and I put all my analysis up on the internet. And I put it up on my channels, Yowbook and Yowza, and I quit posting on my YouTube channels because I was demonetized and I'm threatened with being taken down for doing absolutely nothing. And so, and this is since 2017. They didn't wait for Donald Trump to demonetize me. They demonetized me in 2017 after a whole lot of Christians were researching Planet X and Nibiru because of blood moon triad theory with Pastor Hagee. And there was a knee-jerk suppression and sponging. Now, are you saying, let me ask you this, Jared, are you saying that all scientists are completely honest and forthcoming about everything they know, and governments who fund them and special interests who fund them are completely forthcoming about everything, and that they would tell us about this absolutely and give us access to their resources? Are you saying that's the way it works?
Just so you know, I'm likely on the hit list for the Vatican. I'm a former Irish Catholic, and I don't even get onto my introduction before I go after the Vatican and the Catholic Church. So I'm on the same hit list, just so you know. I decided,
okay, well,
how bad is this going to be for me? So not only are they not, it's so interesting. I'm trying to get my head around to drill into the scientist side of it for a point you're bringing up on two folds. It's important. One is not only are they not honest and the hubris is insane, but I'm still the one thing that shocks me the most isn't just that most of science is based on Victorian ideas that were they were tabled 140 years ago, and yet in all technology and everywhere on Earth, the very technology we're on now is only because people are willing to build on old theories, old math, old science, and we've gotten to where we are now because we didn't hold on to the rotary telephone. And yet, when it comes to evolution and science and our past lost ancient advanced history, they're and all the intentional whitewashing of everything or deflection, despite all of the craziness of that, the thing that I cannot still get my head on, and maybe you have a better answer for me, is how is it that there are scientists that are so brilliant in their field, yet they are so hyper-focused on that one point that in every area of their life, they don't look up, they don't look left, they don't look right. They have like horse blinders, but on all four sides, and they only see the one thing they're working on, yet their peripheral vision would be helpful even for the one thing they're on, and yet they seem to be more blinded by their single entity pursuits, like the guy who invents a graphene conductor for spintronics and quantum computing. I mean, irrelevant to politics, it seems like that most scientists don't even need to be misled because they don't get off the one thing that they're looking at. I don't get it.
Well, the problem for scientists is they understand the threat. I mean, this was something that we followed in Planet X community. This was several years ago. There was a A7 intruder on a training mission through Europe in the Alps, and it was flying low, and its wings sliced the cable on a cable car, and the cable car crashed, killing some 20-odd people who were doing work at an observatory at the top of the hill where the cable car went to. Most of the 20 people on that were deep space astronomers. And they were working on this very thing. They were murdered. Okay. scientists, they go out and they kill scientists. No problem. They know. It's about staying alive. It's about getting your funding. Look at who controls funding of science today. If you want to know why we're not getting the honest truth from our scientists, it's not that they don't want to do it. You know, we
hang on a second, Marshall. Let's let me get Jared on something else here. Now, Jared, you wrote about Planet X. You believe that there's a Nemesis star system out there, or no?
Well, it does. It seems to be established. I mean, there's enough science. There's been astrophysicists that have published on the pull. The gravitational pull seems to be correct, and the 3,600 to 15,000 year cycle seems to be the numbers, and it does seem to be out there in mainstream science. I'm just surprised that not one astronomer has wanted to photograph it, given that some of these astrophysicists have published on it. My next question was going to be to Marshall, is if he's asked anyone to photograph it on the sly.
I wouldn't ask an astronomer to do it, because if they photograph it and they get it, it's the end of they'll lose their funding. They could lose their lives. All right. I don't live in this kumbaya reality world of everything's wonderful and everything's normal. It ain't. It's an ugly world out there. I've seen too many people get killed because of this kind of work. The suppression is out there. And, you know, what they can do, sure, they can do all kinds of things, and they don't have to. I mean, the Pioneer probes were out there to detect for the magnetic existence of Nemesis. And then as a result of that, they put out in 1983 the IRS infrared astronomy telescope. And when they did spot Nemesis, the first thing they did was put up a cover story, which the Italians and the Dutch, who were invested in that satellite, were really pissed off, because they said the cryogenic unit, because even in space, the camera has to be colder than space in order to work. And so they said the cryogenic freezing unit in the spacecraft had failed, so that they still had navigational control over it, but they couldn't do any imagery. Well, the Italians and the Dutch knew that was a lie, particularly the Italians, and they were really furious about it. And what really happened, that was told to me by a government whistleblower, was once they discovered it, it stood out like a sore thumb in infrared. You can't see it in visible light. And then they cooked up this story that they couldn't image anymore because the cryogenics had failed, which nothing of the sort had happened. But that was their cover story, and they kept imaging, and they knew it was nonsense. The Dutch and the Italians knew it was nonsense because they were tracking the navigation telemetry. And they could see that this thing was being kept in station keeping so it could follow an object of some sort. It was following something, and IRAS, until it just had exhausted all of its onboard navigation fuel, was tracking Nemesis because they wanted to try and establish an ephemeris so they could know where it's going to be and when it's going to be. All right. So that was NASA shutting that down, and they had all that information. And everyone else that was involved in that project published, and they were vocal, and they said, this is a cover up. This is a cover story. There's nothing wrong with that bird. Why aren't we getting the data? All right. And it was because NASA launched it, NASA controlled it, even though other people were putting in technology and money. So they were playing on other people's money and doing the work. And they were tracking it for as long as they possibly could until IRAS just simply had no more fuel and then eventually just was tumbled out of control. And that was the end of that. All right. So, man, you come forward, it's just, you see these circumstances time and time again. There was an astronomer with the Naval Observatory in Washington. He had a special telescope constructed to do a deep sky infrared survey to look specifically for it because he had published a white paper on Planet X and had actually given an interview to Zachariah Sitchin. And after all of that, he died very suddenly of a rapid onset cancer that's known to be used by intelligence agencies for targeted assassinations. And even his wife, was convinced that her husband was assassinated because they took the telescope down to an observatory that we owned in Australia. We gave it up. But he had that thing made and shipped to Australia. They did the sky survey as per his instructions. All of the films were then sent back to the United States. NASA intercepted that. All of the film, everything disappeared. Period. It disappeared. And then this astronomer suddenly dies. All right? That's how it works.
All right.
That's the cover up.
So let's get into what happens when this actually comes and we start having problems. Now you did mention pole shift earlier, and I wanted to ask Jared. Jared, what would the consequences be immediately if there was a sudden pole shift with the Earth? Like say the pole went to, Alabama, say.
Well, I mean, if it was immediate, that's not going to be good. I mean, if we look at the actual examples we have now, like Greenland and, Antarctica, they were not where they are currently. So the question's always, is it gradual or is it immediate? And if it was immediate, then there's examples of the theory that there's animals that were eating 1 minute and then basically flash frozen. So there's a possibility of something dramatic like that if you're still on the surface and not getting splashed by a lot of instant water movement. You could just be instantly frozen, possibly. The oxygen, as you know it, it's not that it would disappear or be sucked from the Earth, but the rapid movement of the planet itself at kind of it's relative. I mean, it's moving incredibly fast now. We just don't experience it. But if it was to shift angles, like you're saying, I mean, you might be a popsicle if it's going to be instant. Or, again, it depends on whether or not it's winter. We just talked to Brad Olson about the Antarctic, and I think some of our listeners came in at, it was the record for Antarctica is 155 or so below zero. I think that was the number they gave us, right?
Yeah,
so,
something like that. 180, I think.
Yeah, so if you hit a temperature like that, you're not going to be walking very long. You're not going to, that's a few seconds to death. You're not going to be standing if that's the case. So it would be pretty dramatic and none of it good and all of it quite, it'd be just the luck of the draw if you were to make it. Unless you're a society that been around and planning and we're in some of these multi-mile deep constructions that are underground that have been here for tens of thousands of years, and they've clearly planned over maybe millions of years. There's been societies that have been able to plan for these kind of catastrophes, or they were expected because they've lived through pole shifts. So the question's out as to whether or not it's instant or whether or not it's a more casual movement.
I mean, that's pretty dramatic, isn't it? Like a pole shift like that. I mean, are we talking like all the buildings falling down, like New York City skyscrapers coming down? I mean that sounds crazy, right?
Well, I think it's pretty terrifying to think of New York as mostly built on stilts and water. I mean, think about that. There are seismic metastructures are all over the Earth. There's a reason the polygonal constructions last. There's a reason that we have been studying seismic metastructures, which are from nano-sized particles canceling and muting waves and frequencies to larger structures to pylon positioning. All of it has to do with the science of seismic metastructures. We've been getting better and better at it. Frank Lloyd Wright, who changed architecture and the world of it 3 times, was made incredibly famous after his hotel stood in Tokyo after the entire city, after their big earthquake, wiped everything out but Frank Lloyd Wright's hotel. There are ways to construct things to withstand massive movements of the Earth's crust itself. Whether or not that would be similar, in effect, we're assuming that the plates would shift as opposed to the whole globe moving simultaneously, and those after effects and shocks, depending on current or the magnetic poles, if that includes a violent shifting of magma in some way, like shaking a snow globe made out of lava, I guess that would be a good way to look at it. Possible.
And there is evidence that this has happened before in the past, right?
Well, there's the flash frozen animals that are found, mastodons and things that appear to have been eating grass, and they appear to be frozen alive. And that's perplexing. If they were frozen alive, did they just forget while they were chewing some grass and booked it to 60 below zero and froze? Or were they standing on grassy fields and the next thing you knew, it was 150 plus below zero and they were pretty much dead? I mean, there's not a lot going on. Or there was some weaponization and they were in that area, like instead of a nuclear bomb, something that could freeze the air instantly in an area. I'm sure there could be technology for that in a more ancient, advanced society.
So
But
that sounds pretty catastrophic if this were to happen to us today.
Yeah, tornadoes would be a wish.
Yeah. Marshall, you're thinking 2028 is when this is going to happen, right?
Yeah. I mean, based on what we're tracking over time, that's 2028 is about the time of the pole shift.
Wow. Do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be like as dramatic, like it's going to happen gradually or just instantly?
Well, when it happens, I mean, instantly is what's instantly. Geological processes, that's an open conversation. What it's more a case of is that, and I explain this in my books, is the pole shift occurs because Nemesis is going to cross between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. And that's the reason why we believe the asteroid belt is the fragments left over of Tiamat. And it's once it goes into the southern skies, all right, we're going to be on the same side of the sun as it, and that's the problem for us. So when it's going down, we're going to have this tidal gravitational force from Nemesis and all of its satellites that are going to be pulling on the Earth, and this is what's going to cause the pole shift. And so the planet and how it works out, and how you have an axial shift, a magnetic shift, and a crustal displacement shift. All right, so axials, like our North Pole is inclined 23.5 degrees to the ecliptic. If that changes, it'll change our seasons. So if it goes up, we're going to have 2 seasons, summer and winter. And if it goes further down, we're going to have our 4 seasons, but they're going to be very extreme. So extremely hot summers, extremely hot winters. So that's, let's hope we don't have an axial shift. Magnetic shift North Pole becomes South Pole, South Pole becomes North Pole. We're already in the process of a magnetic pole shift because this was 10 years ago, and we started recording flips of polarity in sections of the South Atlantic. That's where it starts. But when the actual magnetic pole shift happens, there's deep time evidence in lava flows where it can happen within a matter of hours magnetically. Physically, that'll be a different thing. We don't, we don't have any, all we can really do is guesstimate as to what happens, but it will be a time where anyone living on the surface is going to be ravaged. This is a time when you got to go to ground. You got to be under the earth to be safe, is during this particular time. And that's the reason why, and that is the number one threat, is the pole shift. That'll be the single largest loss of life. And it'll be terrifying. A lot of people are going to actually die from fright. Because if we're going to go into pole shift, then what we could expect is rotation could actually stop and reverse, go in the other direction, and that as part of this shifting process. So for everyone that is on the planet at that time, every point of reference that you have in your tangible and real world is going to change. It's going to be like in some sort of 1930s funhouse with wavy mirrors and all kinds of nonsense. It'll be very, very frightening. And a lot of people, whatever is in your heart is going to be amplified. And if you are in a state of love, those feelings are going to be amplified tenfold. But if you're in a state of fear, they'll be amplified tenfold. So the difference will be is some people are going to, through this, have a very spiritual experience. And there will be a lot of major out-of-body, near-death experience, shared death experiences happening at this time. It'll be a true evolutionary event for the folks that handle it. And I'm not talking about people sitting in the pews and thumbing beads or incanting prayers, all right? I'm talking about being in a state of love, like a grandmother who gathers together a group of orphans and just pulls them somewhere into some shelter and sits down with them and says, okay, kids, let's sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm, while the whole world around them is going crazy. That is being in a state of love. And on the other, sitting there, oh my God, we're going to die. That's fear. Praying to God, save me, I'm in fear, save me. And the fear is going to kill you because, again, if you're in a state of fear because you're only thinking of yourself, you're not going to do well. If you're in a state of love and in service to others, you're going to do much better. You're going to get through it. So it is, the ancients call it winnowing, the great winnowing, and it literally separating the wheat from the chaff. And that's what's going to happen. That's the reason why we'll have a major population setback. And so for me, I've been working on, rather than trying to prove anything to anybody, to be honest, guys, as you can gather from our previous conversation, I'm just sick to death of it. If you don't get it by now, tough darts, farmer. Okay? That's it. Tough darts. You're clever, you're stupid, and you're going to die. All right? And for the people who are critical thinkers, and they can look, but 90% of your critical thinkers have had dreams, visions, and premonitions since they were children. Unmistakable, unforgettable, IMAX detailed. They see the same things. They see rocks falling out of the sky, tsunamis, fires, all kinds of natural disasters. and they see it with such vivid detail that it's amazing. They report seeing, the Nemisis system. And I never forget one lady who told me about her vision that she had. She was in her early 70s, and she had this when she was a young girl, at 7 or 8 years old. But it was such a profound experience. When you have these awakening experiences, they don't go away like other dreams. You remember them. You keep remembering them, because that's the whole point of it, is to wake you up so that you will investigate, learn, and do what you can to help those that you can and help yourself. And so these are the people largely that are being prepared to get through it, the ones that are having these prophetic dreams and visions. Like I said, about 10% of them come at purely from a science standpoint. And for me, it's been both ways. I mean, I had prophetic visions of what happens, and they were very, very profound and very disturbing. They're always very disturbing. Nobody goes, oh, wow, whoa, that was really cool. I'd like to do that again. It's like, no way, nobody wants to do that again. But also, it was the science that brought it to me. You see, I didn't need to see Planet X to know that it's there. I feel sorry for people who do. I really do.
All right.
Because they don't understand the science. The whole science of Planet X is that you understand it by virtue of how it interacts with other bodies. And what happened was that we were waiting for the results of a solar probe that NASA had launched, Ulysses, I think, and it was in a polar orbit, not an equatorial orbit. And it was mapping magnetic interaction, and sure enough, boom, we could see that the sun is interacting with an interloper in its southern skies, that it's approximately at a 30-degree incline to the ecliptic. And that was it. I was working on that with the Dutch physicist at the time, and that was all. That was it. The sun's interacting. We know there's a perturber out there. We know it exists. Where and when we see it is where and when we see it, but we knew it existed the minute we saw that information that was released by NASA, which, by the way, was partial, because NASA always has a habit, just when the data starts to get interesting, the spacecrafts always have a problem. There's always a problem. Something goes boom in the night. And they have stupid explanations like, well, one guy was working in metrics and another guy working in standard. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. I worked on satellite projects with Lockheed Martin, Yeah. I mean, that is so lame. But people who don't understand the science are going to accept that. And that's the truth of it.
All right, Marshall. Well, we're going to wrap up this section, I guess, of the show. Jared doesn't have much time, so we're going to wrap this up. And just so everybody knows, you can catch the after show of this in the members area. So be sure to look for and join us in the members area. Marshall, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, my site is yowza.com, YOWUSA.com. Right now, we're doing a major system upgrade, so it could be another day or two before the site's working again. And we've been getting a lot of heavy attacks, so we've had to upgrade our security.
It's probably is it going to look a lot different too, or?
Pardon, but if you go to domecommunity.com, you will see my book, Win-Win Survival Handbook. And I wrote this book. If you're going to survive, you got to survive with others. There's strength in numbers, and it's based on creating a community of 100 to 150 people. In other words, a typical small church. All right. Yeah. And this is how you go out. I show you how to set it up. It's 4 parts in the book: how to set it up, how to build it out, how to feed yourself, and how to interact with others. Because there's one big difference between me and everybody else that talks about doing this. I don't care who the bunker builder is. There's all kinds of bunker builders all across the country. You go ask them this one question: what happens afterwards? And they're all going to do the same thing. They're just going to say, we don't know. My book is about what happens afterwards, because the subtitle is All Hazards, Safety, and Future Space Exploration. You got to have a reason to endure the misery that's going to come. And if we're going to get through this, and then we're going to go to the stars, because we realize that as long as we're on one little marble, we ain't going to make it. All right. Then it's going to change people's perception, and it gives them hope. You got to have hope for the future. That's absolutely imperative. And so my whole book is not about, building a bunker and huddling in concrete and eating crappy food. It's about having a beautiful, positive lifestyle that's all hazard survivable. So while everybody else is hitting walls, you just go over an occasional speed bump. But otherwise, you're rocking and rolling. And when it's all said and done, you have a plan for the future and where you're going. And it's that kind of hope that pulls people through. They live for their children. And there's nothing new about that. Think about everybody in your listening audience that your grandparents or great-grandparents came in the back of a steamer in steerage, and how they felt when they saw the Statue of Liberty coming into New York. Okay, it's the same thing working. It's that same motive. And so that's where my emphasis is right now, is if you're out there and you say, I got enough evidence, I don't need to haggle this anymore. It's time to get up and do something about it. Win-Win Survival Handbook is just the ticket for you. Check it out at domecommunity.com.
All right, awesome. And Jared, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, you can come to notaliens.com. You can get a signed copy of my book or join the member area for exclusive interviews. I'm also on Rockfin, and I will be at America's Stonehenge with Michael here from Conflict, but I will be giving a 3-hour in-person lecture, and we will be touring America's Stonehenge. That'll be on Saturday, May 1st, and I will have tickets and info out on notaliens.com shortly.
All right, that's awesome. And remember, you can always find us on www.conflictradio.net. Be sure to find us on all of your normal podcast catchers, including Apple iTunes, Spreaker, and iHeart Podcasts, I guess. And be sure to check our after show out in the members section. It's bound to be pretty interesting. And look for part 2 coming out here pretty soon. We're going to talk about some things exclusively on the podcast that we're not going to post to this channel here on YouTube. So that'll do it for this part of the show. Batten down the hatches and be safe. All right, greetings everybody and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is May 3rd, 2021. And today with us we've got Creepy Little Book joining us once again. His channel is an alternative education highlighting hidden histories, NWO theories, end-time prophecy, UFOs, and occult forces. He creates content presented without bias and researched with due deference. He doesn't resort to the formula of using the recycled images and the dramatic music that we've been conditioned to expect when discussing these subjects. His approach is very different, but he firmly believes that these types of issues can stand on their own when treated with impartiality. Pete from Creepy Little Book, how are you today?
Excellent, Michael, and thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the invite. It's always a good time talking with you. I look forward to a rousing discussion tonight regarding this topic.
Yeah, it's always it's been great having you on. We've had a lot of people that have been absolutely thrilled and love the fact that we've had you on before, so we've got you on again, and hopefully we can continue to keep having you on. I'm going to quickly here, I'm going to minimize this picture here, and I'm going to bring up your channel, and I'm going to move it over onto the screen here so that everybody can see the great channel that you have and the work that you've done here just recently, just in the past week. You have done, 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 10 videos here in the last week, gates of hell, visions and dreams, the immortals, strange skies, the UFO phenomenon, dark secrets, UFOs and the occult, ghosts of the Anunnaki, UFO, the world isn't ready, elemental spirits, the Loch Ness monster lives, the secret sayings of Jesus, unimaginable creatures of the Bible. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Your channel is just phenomenal here. I'm going to scroll through it and let everybody kind of take a look. Man, it's always awesome to have you on the show because,
Thank you.
Man, you are just so knowledgeable on so many topics, and it's so fun to chat with you that I can't resist but to have you on. So
I really appreciate it. I do have a good time talking about this kind of stuff, and it's great to run into other creators who share that passion. You know, I've been doing this for almost 7 years now, and it's only recently that I've been like talking with other YouTubers in the sphere. You know, I really kind of just went at it alone for such a long time. There was instances of collaboration in the past, but it's been great to really branch out and talk to other people about this and meet, new like-minded weirdos out there.
yeah, we are all weirdos. I think everybody in the chat's probably weirdos. We're all weirdos. We love this stuff. I don't know how we get away with talking about stuff that like we do all the time, but we're here and we're going to do it. I just want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. We are live. I've got Manera Ray of Hope 23 is in here. Augie's in here. The Kilo 123 is in here. Antonio Scalisi is in here. Blue Chicken, how you doing? Paul Beska, Kingfish Kebab, Chuck Bam, Red Cap Goblin, Apex 3, the Dark Wolf Den Show. How you doing, Dark Wolf? Let's see if there's somebody here that I missed. DJ B2. Aaron, Archist Monster. I guess there I am there. I'm a proud weirdo, the Dark Wolf Den says. So, you know, I wanted to get you on. Spartan O Negative, I see, is here. How you doing, Spartan? Hope you enjoy that shirt I sent you. Just so you know, guys, we do have a membership area of the channel. If you sign up for the membership area to help promote the show, Screening No says, I am here. If you, Juan, Hound of the Veinator says hello, how you doing? I guess everybody's chiming in, wants me to say hi. But we do have a members area. If you sign up, you support the channel, you drop me a super chat, you know, every so often, like Spartan does, I'm going to send you a free shirt because, hey, that's just, you know, you take care of me, I'll take care of you. It's always great to have people supporting the show. Check out our members area. We do some members-only videos. Let's see, Mike Hitchcock is here. So, Pete, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this whole disclosure thing, and I don't know if you've noticed. I'm sure that you have. The amount of sightings and videos and all kinds of just UFO talk in general is really, really picking up pace, is it not?
It absolutely has. I mean, you figure there was that recent 60 Minutes interview, the article in the New Yorker. It's crossing over to the mainstream more and more these days, and I can only suspect that what we're dealing with is soft disclosure.
Yeah, you know, I think so. I think, you know, the only question I have is are these really aliens from another planet, you think, or is it a breakaway civilization?
Oh, there's so many possibilities, and that's something that I really delved down into my channel quite a bit as we talk about the UFO phenomenon from night to night. Whether or not we're dealing with something that's extra-dimensional, something that's already from this Earth, like ultra-terrestrials, or something from another world, like the idea of an ET or an extraterrestrial biological entities. Could we be dealing with something even mechanical in nature? There's something new out there called the Berserker hypothesis. Well, I don't know how new it actually is. It probably goes back to the 70s or something like that. But the idea of sentient robotic life forms that would eventually overtake their creators and then have to reach out to the darkest resources of the universe to find the resources they need to continue to propagate their species. So it is likely if we encountered anything in space, it might be robotic in nature. And some say that about the Greys already, that we're talking about some kind of biomechanical synthetic life form in the form of a Zeta Reticulum Grey. So there's so much mythology around the lore of the UFO to delve into. It really is astounding.
But, you know, the one thing that always crosses my mind when you hear about the Greys is the mental telepathy that they use to communicate. I mean, if they were AIs, couldn't they just use Wi-Fi to communicate with each other? I mean, that would be the same as mental telepathy, right?
I think in a lot of ways, you're right. They could be using some kind of wireless communication, or even when it comes to their communication between human beings, who knows if they're using some kind of extreme low frequency broadcast directly into the brain. And this significant technology would seem magical or psychic in nature to the untrained observer.
All right. So, want to give a shout out. I suppose we've got Ivan in here. Spartan O Negative. He's still in here. Mike Hitchcock says the alien invasion will not come from above in space, but rather from within, as CERN opens the pit in time with the tribulation of which we are in now, and demons emerge to possess. What do you think of that comment?
That comment caught me too, so much so that I jotted down a note to myself on that one. I think that there's a very interesting prophecy that comes to us from traditionalist Catholicism. So not mainline Catholics, not Rome, not the Pope, but breakaway traditionalist Catholicism. This prophecy of something called the 3 days of darkness, where there will be 3 days on the earth in total darkness, where demons will be unleashed from the pit to do as they will. And in that time period, you're supposed to seal yourself in your home with blessed candles and pray the duration of the 3 days, not looking out the windows or you'll be struck dead. So the idea of opening a pit in hand with the idea of a tribulation or a great chastisement, again, Mike Hitchcock leads me to think of the 3 days of darkness. It is a fascinating aspect of prophecy. Mary Julie Jeheny, I believe, is one of the visionaries of this prophecy. Hildegard of Bingen back in the 7th century. She wrote many hymns as well that are still around in the church today. So there were influential people who were considered to be reliable, at least in their day, by the church powers that be, that foresaw this kind of prophecy. Whether or not this can be related to CERN in some way, I mean, we do talk about them opening the pit. The dance of Shiva with destruction is placed prominently outside of CERN. The very strange ritual video that's associated with CERN. So there's a lot of stuff going on out there. And the Gothard tunnel opening, which connects CERN with the new tunnel they opened.
Yeah, I saw that, right? With their whole little
weird.
Ritual that they did opening that thing up, right? Is that
So
what you're
strange.
talking about?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Very bizarre stuff.
Yeah, it really is creepy. I had Scott Mitchell on, guys, and if you haven't heard that interview, go back and listen to it. He swears up and down that these UFOs are piloted by fallen demons and that, or the fallen angels, I guess. And this is, they've pretty much been hiding underneath the earth this entire time, waiting to pounce, and they're the ones with all this technology. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Religion has always been one of those things, I guess, where I do believe that there's truth in a lot of the old religious stories. Now, what do you think personally about religion and the fact that these aliens could really be fallen angels?
All right, so that's a fun one for me. So first, to break down quick with the religion, I think that there's a fun idea out there that comes from the Renaissance called the Prisca Theologia. And this is the belief that in all religion is a thread of truth. And if you pull this thread long enough and you go back far enough in time, you'll get to the moment of pure, true faith. That somewhere back in the days of antiquity, mankind met divinity somewhere. In some sacred moment, this happened. So I think that does touch every religion, and it's a fun thread to pull. Now, as far as these aliens being the beings of the Book of Enoch, the fallen angels known as the Watchers, who descended on Mount Hermon, 200 in number, and took a sacred pact amongst themselves to do this thing, to take human wives, to know in full well that what they were doing was no turning back from. And then they impart upon mankind these forbidden arts of heaven, metallurgy, the making of weapons, the making of cosmetics and tinctures, how to cut roots, and what would become apothecaries and alchemy. These kind of sacred arts that were not for man to know at this point in history. So yeah, there could be some correlation there. I think I draw a connection between them and the Anunnaki in several of the videos that I put up recently. because I think there could be. You know, we are talking about beings that descend from the sky and then interact with the genetic line of humanity, for lack of a better term. One through direct intervention, where taking human wives is the product producing the Nephilim, and one in a more scientific, I guess, way, we presume, when we lean in the directions of Zacharias Sitchin's and the 12th planet, and the idea of Anunnaki coming from Nibiru and engineering a race to do their work here on this world.
Yeah, wow. That's thank you, Blue Chicken, for the super chat there. I just want to give a shout out to you. You know, do you think that they're going to attack us? Do you think that we're going to have an alien invasion happen? Oh, regardless who is flying these craft?
I don't think so. I would like to believe in a grand galactic federation that we heard about recently from, there was an Israeli professor who was also a member of their space program for 30 plus years. And he came forward talking about a galactic federation out there. There's also the work of George Van Tassel, who kind of introduced the idea of the Ashtar Galactic Command, Intergalactic Space Cops. Now, I get into a little, here's the thing with my channel. I get into a lot of the woo-woo territory, as people would put it. You know, I watch some other channels that really deal with the hard information about UFOs and UAPs and government releases and, you know, FOIA requests and getting into the hard facts of what's going on with the lights in the sky. For me, I'm more fascinated with the legends and mythology that have been built up around the lights in the sky. So I love to delve into the real far-out stuff. And that's why I will sit around and entertain ideas like the Ashtar Galactic Command, intergalactic space cops out there who, for some reason or another, are assigned the duty to protect our planet from species that might seem intent on invading us or subjugating us. And there's maybe one of the reasons why we don't see an invasion occur. Either something prevents it from happening, or they have no intent to invade.
So there's a story out there that there's alien space cops protecting our planets from an invasion?
Oh, yeah, the Ashtar Galactic Command, run by Commander Ashtar himself. He's one of the ascended masters of Theosophy. And Theosophy was the quasi-religious philosophical system cooked up by Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky in her work, The Secret Doctrine. So Theosophy gives us the idea of these great ascended masters, these people who have transcended the spiritual confines of mere humanity and have become something much more. And one of them would be this alien from Venus, Ashtar, who leads the intergalactic space cops, the Ashtar Galactic Command. There are millions of them from all over the galaxy. They are the defense arm of what is called the Great White Brotherhood of Light, which is also this etheric, transcendent, quasi-religious, New Age, theosophical idea. So, yeah, as Barry points out in the chat, silly comic book stuff. It is, in a lot of ways, silly comic book stuff. I'm not going to say that it's not. It's really woo-woo stuff. It is far out there. But I find it entertaining. And for the sake of having great conversations on my channel, we presume everything to be true until it's not. You know?
All right.
So, you know, when it comes down to that idea, yeah, intergalactic space cops out there, they either prevent it or aliens have no intent to invade.
All right, so Chuck Bam says Blue Beam is coming, and then a little bit farther down, E. Foog HB, however you say it, says Blue Beam has been debunked. Could you tell everybody who, I guess, hello, Dr. Strangelove. We you know, we got a ton of people in here. Make sure you all hit that like button, everybody. Could you tell us, I guess, for the people that don't know what Blue Beam is and what you think about it?
All right, so Project Blue Beam is an idea that there will be a fake, holographic, quasi, extreme low frequency alien invasion perpetrated around the world by the powers that be. They will use reverse engineered alien technology to actually crash some craft around the world. It will look like an intergalactic war is going on between the forces of Earth and these holograms. So they'll crash some real ships, they'll show some ships in the sky, and then they will have the Messiah of your particular region of the world show up in a holographic form, speaking to you in the language that you are familiar with, inside your head, nonetheless, using extreme low frequency. So it'll feel like you're being telepathically spoken to by God. Then this God will reveal that we've had religion wrong all along, and we must fall in line with this new religion and this new revelation, which will be a one-world religion. Also, the world will be united by the fact that aliens have just invaded. So aliens will just have invaded. The messiahs will show up around the world for your particular religions to declare the fulfillment of prophecy, and bam, we have a whole new world here. Now, whether or not I think Blue Beam is a fun idea in the realm of crazy ideas out there that float around. Yeah, okay, holograms, maybe. Extreme low frequencies, maybe. But localized. I can't see it being perpetrated worldwide. I think you only need to pull something like this over one major city, and the world would be like watching, compelled at their televisions and computers and phone screens, waiting to see what happens next. So you really only need a hologram of one spaceship over one city for a couple of hours. And then you can introduce space aliens, and we can deal with the fallout after that.
You know,
This was kind of repackaged as Project Firesign, too, around 2015.
Yeah, I think having it projected is a little bit of a reach. I don't think they would need to project anything. I think that they actually have the craft where they can do it with a real craft. I don't think it needs to be projected at all. If they were going to have a fake invasion to try to unite the world around all of their ideas and stuff, you know, we're talking about the deep state, I suppose. They can use their own craft. Now, I had somebody on the show not too long ago that said that she was actually on a craft once, and she was witnessing satanic rituals being performed on the craft. What do you think of that idea and the I guess these alien creatures or a breakaway civilization or deep state, however you want to look at it, you know, whatever it is, performing satanic rituals on their craft? If that's indeed the case, we're in trouble, aren't we?
Yeah, I think that we're dealing with something real high strangeness when we're talking about aliens engaged in satanic rituals. Now, if aliens come in two distinct flavors, let's say they come in two flavors. Let's say they come from outer space is flavor A, and flavor B is they come from somewhere else. If they come from somewhere else, that makes them even scarier. I can understand them coming from another moon rock, being named Gleepglorp, and saying, hey, you know, I flew 50 light years to get here. That makes sense. But if we're talking about something that can invade our reality, something that is a non-human intelligence, that makes them extra scary. So let's say that these beings are a non-human intelligence, and they have the desire to masquerade as space aliens. What do they gain from that? Is it just to confuse their victims? That's where I kind of get a little undone by this. But there are people who claim if you invoke the name of Jesus, you scare the aliens away. So that's replete throughout people's encounters with these creatures as well.
Yeah. Well, that just goes to the theory that they're actually fallen angels, don't you think?
Exactly. You know, and it brings us right back around full circle to the idea of these fallen angels. You know, the Book of Enoch, the Watchers, and to the Gnostics of old, they were the Archons, nothing less than servants of Yaldabaoth, the Demiurge himself, a flawed creation who thought itself God. You know, it's really profound stuff, and it walks a thin line between the spiritual and the otherworldly, a very thin line.
Yeah, you know, it just really creeps me out, man. I think if they are fallen angels and they do want to take over humanity, so to speak, I mean, them pretending to be aliens and wiping out a few cities to get us under their control would be right up their alley, don't you think?
Yeah, but that would presume that these demons have a lot of leeway to wipe out cities. You know, biblically, we don't see that kind of thing from demons. They're a nuisance. They're an influence. They have the ability to influence the senses. You know, there's a really great exorcist here on YouTube who I've been following for years, Chad Ripperger. And he does some great work on the nature of demons. So I recommend anybody who's interested in something really, really profoundly creepy to check into the work of Father Chad Ripperger and his explanations on the demonic, how these things can infiltrate the human senses, how their supernatural abilities can manipulate, the light and way light interacts with our eye, or how sounds interfere with our ears. Like, this is a supernatural ability of the demons. And if that's the case, then we must also assume that these quote-unquote extraterrestrials masquerading demons would have the same abilities. And is technology something that comes into play as well? Do supernatural beings, do celestial creatures who have their origins in God's divine creation have access to technology? Does an alien need a spaceship? Maybe. Does an angel need one? I don't know.
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying there, Mike, but we can't talk about that on our channel, unfortunately. Anything having to do with the jab, we're going to try to avoid. Let's see. There was a question here that somebody had asked, and I freaking lost it. Oh, here we go. Ivan Langley, what do you all believe about quantum reality? What do you think, creepy little book?
Well, I think reality is a funny thing. Reality is whatever exists when you stop believing in, a thing. So whatever you stop believing in and whatever's left over is reality in a fun way. As far as quantum reality, I'm not familiar enough with the theory to give you any kind of succinct answer regarding that. It's something I definitely have to delve into.
Yeah, me too. I'm not really sure how any of that works, but reality definitely is a funny thing. I mean, if the entire world's consciousness is starting to, let's just say, as we manifest our own reality, right? As a consciousness, a collective consciousness. If we more collectively start believing in UFOs, we will in fact then create them, will we not?
Well, like a thought form?
Yeah. I mean,
almost like a
we'll manifest it into being.
Yeah, I wonder often. That's a great question, and I think is almost, theological. Does our belief in divinity cause divinity to manifest? And one would wonder the same thing with these kind of things, these thought forms. Does Bigfoot real only because so many people believe in him? Do the UFOs manifest only because people believe they are real? Is it creating a thought form out of thin air? It's really.
Yeah, I mean, to think that, Jim Carrey said it best, right? He wrote a check for himself for $1 million and put it on his fridge, and eventually he wound up cashing it because he believes that he can manifest his own reality, and he believed he would become successful. Therefore, he did. It's weird. Now, ML says, any possibility that UFOs are from different dimensions or parallel universes? I would say, of course. I mean, there's always a possibility that this stuff is interdimensional or from a parallel universe, don't you think, Pete?
Oh, absolutely. It's like I mentioned earlier, these ultra-terrestrials is what I call them. They are essentially the fairies and elves, the gnomes, the leprechauns, all these elemental creatures of lore. I think they are the ultra-terrestrials. They share Earth with us. They're from this planet, but they're not human. They're something else. And whether they are incorporeal or non-human intelligences, there's something to them. And I think that's related in some ways, not to get too far off track, but related in some ways to the missing people in national park phenomenon that David Paulides works so diligently on.
Yeah, Chuck Bam makes a good point here. He says the human mind is limited. A smart dog will never understand Shakespeare.
This is a very good point.
Yeah, right? That's the truth, right? You could be the smartest human on the planet, and you're still not going to get what's really going on, right?
I don't think anybody's really got an idea what's going on. I used to wonder about grand cover-ups and whether or not the people in the know really know all that much about the UFO phenomenon. And the older I get and the more I study, the less I think anybody has a real grip on what's happening.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's play hypothetical here. Let's just assume that disclosure happens. Let's just say, for instance, that a ship comes down and is hovering over New York City Central Park, or wherever, Moscow, Paris, London. Let's just say a ship comes down over all of these cities. What's next? What comes after that?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll have to find something new to talk about on YouTube.
All right.
Yeah, I'd really be up the creek then. Everything changes. Everything changes radically. There's going to be people like me who I'm going to call everybody I know and say I was right.
Yeah.
I was right all this time. Look at me now. I was right. I will gloat shamelessly to everybody who didn't believe me that I was right. Now, provided the moon men are friendly and they don't have any ill intent, that's a great thing. But who knows what they'll show up and be like. Maybe they'll want to show up and want to spread their religion.
Yeah, right.
Maybe they'll want to do that at the tip of a ray gun. Who knows? Who has any idea what extraterrestrials might be like when they show up here and their agenda? Now, like I said, I think the fact that we don't have any negative interactions with extraterrestrials in the mass scale, is a testament to the idea that they have no intention to invade us. Or perhaps they intend to invade us surreptitiously. It is the source of so many boggling questions.
Yeah, do you think that religion goes away at that point?
No, I think religion adapts and evolves, as it always has done. Religion will adapt. Religion will evolve. The churches are not going anywhere. They will find a way to explain it away. And look, let's say there are aliens from another world. Let's take into for the sake of argument, we'll take into account the Christian worldview. So we have a planet, Earth, where God, the creator of the entire universe, puts two people in a garden. These two people have very simple rules to follow, but they decide to not follow these rules. These people are then expelled from said garden and then bear the burden of their sin, not only for themselves, but for their entire progeny, for every generation to come after them. All of humanity bears the burden of this original sin.
Yeah, I would imagine that new religions would form, right?
Right. But let's say there are space aliens out there. Let's say God, the creator of the universe, takes a garden on another planet and he puts two aliens in it and they never disobey. So let's say they're not fallen people like humans are. Maybe that's the reason they have high technology. Maybe that's the reason they're spacefaring, because they never fell from grace with God to begin with. Maybe the aliens come from a planet where they never ate the fruit of the tree.
Oh, wow, that's an interesting way of looking at it, isn't it? And we're stuck in this lousy reality because we ate the apple.
Maybe.
Aliens come from a planet where they didn't eat it. That's so interesting.
They didn't eat the apple, so they come from another reality, one that's not fallen, one where they have glorified bodies, one where they live for incredibly long lifespans, maybe eternally.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a God that created all of us and all of these planets, I mean, why would he stop there? Why would he not make hundreds and hundreds of planets, and give everybody the opportunity to, eat the fruit or not eat the fruit?
Everybody gets the same test. Everybody gets the apple test,
Yeah, and if you eat the apple, guess what? You're confined to your planet forever until you eventually kill yourself off.
Right?
Man, that would just be interesting.
Space has got to be out there for a reason. I mean, if there is a reason that whoever created reality put all that out there.
So how do you think the Muslim community would react to space aliens? What would their, I mean, would they call it a deception?
I don't know. I don't presume to speak for an entire community that I'm not a member of, but I do think that there would be repercussions.
Yeah,
I
like
think
like
that
they would actually attack the craft or
I don't
things.
know. I don't know if they would be viewed as jinn, who are part and parcel, an aspect of the Islamic faith. So they might be viewed as the jinn themselves, these kind of beings of smokeless fire. We talk about these creatures in the Quran. They are not human. They are not angels. They are something else. So perhaps that leaves wiggle room within the Muslim faith to explain these creatures.
You gotta wonder what I guess everybody's reaction would be, right? Everybody would have something to say, right? That'd be the talk of the day. Like everybody would be all fascinated with the aliens, and then the next thing you know, it's they'll focus on who says about it. Like what does Bill Gates say? What does Trump say? What does Biden say? What does the Muslims say and the Chinese say? That would be the thing.
That's unfortunately the kind of focus the media. Well, I mean, 24-hour news cycle is, I think, a detrimental thing. Personally, I think it was a little better when news was on 3 times a day, rather than on a 24-hour nonstop cycle. But that's just a one man's opinion.
I wouldn't mind if it was 24 hours of actual news. Let's go back to the police chases, right? Streaming. Oh, there's a huge fire in Chicago. Let's watch it with helicopters for the next 3 hours. Let's actually watch some news happening instead of it's just constantly politics anymore. It's not news. I don't think politics is news. It's stupid.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. That's one promise I make to my viewers on my channel of all these shows, of all the topics I cover, of everything we delve into. The one thing I do assure you guys is you will never get current events or politics on my channel.
Yeah, I try to completely avoid it.
Yeah,
I
avoid it completely.
Do you think an alien, alien disclosure will become political?
I think everything is political.
Where it would just be divided. Everything would be divided half and half. Like half of the people believe that it's the deep state, and half people believe it's really aliens. And
I think if they paraded an alien out in front of cameras during a press briefing, people still wouldn't believe it. People would be like, "That's no alien. That's Hollywood makeup." There are people that still wouldn't believe it. If they took you outside and took you on a tour, if Good Morning America had the alien sitting on the couch, if they took you on a tour on an alien, the moon ship, people still wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, that's the truth, right? People would be like, it's blasphemy, right? Or it's just the way the devil's deceiving us.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the arguments.
I guess there's just no winning, right? They would literally have to come and maybe take take one of these news people on a tour of the galaxy to actually, believe that they're leaving the Earth. There'd be a ton of people that would say, it's fake, right?
They'd probably arrange that. I mean, that probably would be something they'd arrange, an actual interview from orbit aboard the alien craft. Would go a long way to make people believe that this thing was actually happening.
In order for me to believe it, they'd have to do more than just orbit the Earth. I mean, we can orbit the Earth now, right? I mean, unless
I guess they could land on the moon and do the interview from there. You could see the Earth in the background floating.
You'd have to
floating in space.
Maybe go into orbit around Jupiter or something before I believe they actually. But according to some people, there's a secret space program where we're already out there doing all this stuff anyway.
You took the words right out of my mouth. As soon as you said Jupiter, that's the first thing I was thinking of, that we've got a spaceport out there already in Jupiter, that there is a secret space program, that there are reverse engineered submarines out there floating around in space that may also be working in conjunction with the previous spoken of Ashtar Galactic Command Space Cops. It could be something to that.
Wow. So what do you think's coming in June? You think we're going to get anything?
I think we're going to get a heavily redacted document. I think you're going to get a lot of black lines.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of pages of black lines.
Well, I mean, what do you think of the possibility that these? I mean, goodness, have you seen some of these videos coming out? These triangles flying around the spaceship?
Pyramids. Yeah, I did a video on the pyramid. That's the only. Now I must caveat this: if there is current UFO news, I will cover that from time to time. But if it's big and breaking, I will cover that. So that's the only current event stuff you will get from me.
I mean, that
so
video is incredible.
Thing. Very creepy stuff. Massive craft.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible to watch this stuff. And one of them looks like Cloak Away. You know, and I don't know if I've told you. I don't know if we covered this the last time we talked. But I actually was speaking to I live here in Huntsville, Alabama, and I was speaking to an Army officer who was doing time in on a base in Nevada where they did the anti-aircraft batteries where they would set those up. And he actually was training on the thing, and he was supposed to, their training jets were flying by, and he was supposed to get the machine to lock onto the jet, and the machine actually locked on to a triangular craft that was completely invisible under the naked eye, but his machine locked into it and followed it around, and he told his superior about it, and they were like, "Oh, don't worry about that. You got to lock onto the jet. Just get off of that." So and he was. I believe him. I believe that, they've known about these things for a long time. What are the possibilities that these are actually like, say, China? And we've been leapfrogged technologically, and these are really, what we consider UFOs over our ships and bases are really an adversary of ours.
I doubt that. I think that we've been seeing them too long. It's been since 1947. You had the Mount Rainier sighting. You have the Roswell crash, you have the Aztec recovery, then as time moves on, we see stuff like Rendlesham, where they actually come in contact with the craft, these things aren't from this world, or they aren't from this reality. They're meant to either punch holes through this reality and enter this world, or they come from somewhere else out in space and they're able to traverse incredible distances by bending and folding space or using some kind of anti-gravity engine that we cannot grasp. I think the powers that be, even if they have a couple of these machines, can't reverse engineer them any more than they already have. Now, maybe a lot of the technology we have these days comes from them. Cell phones are pretty amazing stuff. They're pretty amazing stuff that we have the entire repository of human knowledge in a pocket computer.
Yeah,
I don't know when you grew up, but I'll tell you what. When I was a kid and a teenager, and I was in high school, I remember the teacher saying stuff like, "You're not gonna have a calculator in your pocket when you're older, running around." Yeah, well, guess what? Joke's on you. I do have a calculator in my pocket.
Yeah. Well, no, I remember those days. It's a good thing we didn't have Facebook or I guess the things that would have been posted about me and the memories that I'm glad are gone and forgotten that would, pop up on my Facebook page. Like, oh, you have a memory from 40 years ago when you were like 10 years old in high school. Here's a picture of dude giving you a wedgie or whatever.
Yeah, for real. Nobody needs that.
Right. I'm so glad all that stuff is gone and in the past. Now, Ralph Richardson says the fallen angel nonsense is stupid. All religions put some person or God above others. Jesus is no different. The West wouldn't know Jesus if he even could return since they worship a white dude. What does that mean, you think?
It sounds like Ralph is an anti-theist or perhaps an atheist of some kind, which, I mean, I can understand that perspective. I was an atheist for a very long time myself. Do all religions put some person or God above others? Absolutely. I mean, that's the nature of divinity. Divinity is uplifted. Divinity is verified. Divinity is worshipped because it is divine. Is Jesus any different? No, Jesus is no different in that regard. If Jesus is regarded as God, then Jesus is worshipped as such by the people who regard him that way. I think of the earliest descriptions of Jesus. The earliest drawing of Jesus is actually to mock him. It was Jesus as a donkey-headed person crucified, and there was a man worshiping him. It was graffiti, and it was basically says, Apepelios worships his God, and it shows this Roman worshiping the crucified donkey-headed man. And for a long time in the early days of Christianity, it was said that Christians worshipped a donkey head.
Yeah. DJ Beto says USOs are as interesting subject like UFOs. I don't think there's any difference. I think a UFO and a USO is obviously an undersea object, right? And one that can go underwater. I think a UFO can do anything. I don't think water or anything can. Do you agree that it's
I
kind
agree
of
with
the
that.
same
Yeah,
craft?
if they can withstand the pressure of space, they can obviously would take the ocean.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they can go from planet to planet, water is just nothing. I think it's the same object.
It's just thicker air.
Yeah. Wow, there's a ton of people in here. Hit that like button, everybody. Ray Leg says
Yeah,
beef
everybody
and cheddar
smash
and the
that
sauce.
like button. Get your little
Yeah.
finger out, smash that like button there, give it a little wackaroo.
Make sure you're subscribed, guys. It looks like we've got a ton of people in here, Pete, from your channel. You're a pretty popular guy.
I really appreciate everybody who came out tonight. I was telling everybody all week, you got to come out, you got to hang out. This is a rare opportunity. I don't usually get to go live this early because I work nights.
Yeah, if you guys have any
So,
questions for Pete, just put it in the description box. Hit the chat. The chat box is moving really fast. There's a ton in here, so if you put it in caps, it'll be easier for me to find. So go ahead and ask your questions. Put it in caps, and we will ask Pete right away. What do you think? You want to open up the phone lines?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll take all kinds of weird questions.
Yeah, let me I can switch over here, and then I'll tell you guys the number, and if anybody wants to call in, you can actually call in and talk to Pete and ask your question on the air. Let me get this open here. Boo boo boo. See if anybody wants to take any calls. The number is 256-850-4513. These will be unscreened, open lines. If anybody wants to call in, go ahead and call in. That's 256-850-4513. And it'll go it'll go right to the air and right here, right now. And you guys can call in if you'd like to. So let me try to get back to there. And then I can pop this back up over here. And boom. Now we are ready for calls. So anybody wants to call in.
That's pretty cool. It's like coast to coast AM around here. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to call in and join us on the show, you can do that. The number is right there. So there we go. Pete does a mean fast fire quiz, and Mike Hitchcock says yes. What about the reptilians? Mike wants to talk about the reptilians.
You know what? I love the topic of the reptilians. I've done a couple videos about them on the channel. Even the best-selling T-shirt on my Teespring store is "Resist the Reptilians." So, the reptilian menace is one that I think goes back to a book called "The Prism of Lyra" that talks about the Orion Wars. And this is all channeled information, so take it for what it's worth. The idea is that back in the ancient cradle of civilization of the galaxies, Lyra, there was in this constellation humanoids. And these humanoids went to war with reptilians. And all these races of humanoids fought the reptilians for millions of years over the territories in the constellation Orion. This went on until a third faction comes along, and there was finally a stalemate in the war, and they worked out a peace treaty. But from this group of aliens, and like I said, somebody had mentioned earlier, comic book stuff. This is all kind of comic book stuff, but it's interesting nonetheless. It is, as far as we know, it is the basis of all exopolitics. So definitely something to check out if you're interested in these crazy ideas. The Prism of Lyra, the Orion Wars. I did a short video about the Orion Wars on my channel. The Prism of Lyra is a book you can pick up. It's by Lissa Royale, and I always forget the name of the other author. But if Lissa Royale is one of the authors. Fun stuff.
Yeah, the reptilians freak me out. And before I go any further with them, I did post the number in chat. If anybody didn't catch it, it's in the chat room. You can go ahead and call in. The Dark Wolf Den Show says, at Conflict Radio, question for Pete: how many alien species do you think exist?
Hundreds.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Hundreds in our galaxy.
Do you think that Gene Roddenberry kind of had an idea of what was going on? Like maybe he had an insight into, you look at Star Trek and you think, how awesome is Star Trek, right? What a great idea. Do you think he had insight into how things really are?
Well, there's this group called the Unarians. It's kind of a UFO religion. It's a loose. I use the term religion loosely, but the Unarians were led by a woman named Ruth Norman, and Ruth Norman taught that all artistic endeavors are channeled information. That we channel them from our ancestors, we channel them from our past selves, and in that regard, she believed Gene Roddenberry was inspired to create Star Trek because of his past lives out in the galaxy as aliens.
So you don't think that they brought him up there and kind of showed him anything? You think he's just remembering a past life?
That's what Ruth Norman suggested, and the Unarians in their UFO religion. I think it's a fun concept, but I don't think that there was any kind of, hey, come here, Gene Roddenberry, we're going to show you some stuff and you're going to make a TV show about it. I don't think that's how it went down. He was a cop when he rode into that restaurant on his motorcycle and presented his script to the TV people or something like that.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I love watching Star Trek and think, what a perfect way to live. Like if we, obviously they have their problems, Khan and so forth. But what a great reality that would be, right? Do you think we could manifest that into our future?
I think eventually, but remember, it took the destruction of everything in Star Trek to cause it to be rebuilt into the utopian future that they have presented us with. So I think, people have to go through a lot of bad times before we see something like that created on the face of the earth.
Yeah, I forget who asked the question here. Oh, Dr. Strangelove says, question, did Jesus ever mention the reptilians?
Not that I recall.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Are they mentioned in the Bible at all?
The serpent, the dragon.
Yeah,
not specifically any kind of reptilian race. The fact is, if we want to find the first literary reference for reptilians, for serpent men, that we think of when you think of a reptilian, it goes back to Robert E. Howard, who created Conan the Barbarian. So you're only talking about the 1940s. There's really no serpent men that we think of. There's some Sumerian statues that kind of represent serpent men, and they're old, but there's no grand mythology of serpent men. There's of course the Brotherhood of the Snake. That's a supposed secret society, but as far as serpent men, you got to look to Robert E. Howard, and of course there's the Naga of Hindu mythology. They're snake people too.
Well, you got to look at, I guess, out west, the old Navajo. Don't they have, the Indians, they have reptilians in their old stories. I remember talking to somebody who was he was a Cherokee, but he told me that the Navajo, the reptilians actually had a massive city out west, somewhere in Utah. I believe it was Canyonlands, and when they were actually above ground, hundreds and hundreds, thousands of years ago, there was a massive city in Canyonlands, Utah, and that they had a massive war with the Indian people, and they were able to push them underground. They've been living underground ever since.
I have never heard that one before. That is brand new.
Yeah.
I'm jotting that one down now. Canyonlands, Utah?
Yeah, Canyonlands, Utah. And if you look at it, there's a massive crater out there where some say this crater was caused by planetary lightning. It was a lightning bolt that actually went from Earth to Mars that created this canyon. But there's Indians that think that that they actually got a hold of the Ark of the Covenant, and that's what they used to destroy this reptilian city. The Knights Templar brought it over here from through Oak Island and everything else, and the Indians actually attacked the Knights Templar, stole the Ark of the Covenant from them, brought it to the reptilian city, snuck it in, and used it to blow up this massive Atlantis-type city in Canyonlands. And there's a massive crater out there that they say was created by planetary lightning. That was, if you think about it, a inner space lightning from Mars to Earth would create this massive explosion. And they have I guess they've done geological work on the site to say that all of the rock in that area has been massively electrified. they're saying it's planetary lightning, but the Indians are like, no, it was the Ark of the Covenant.
Wow. I'll have to check that out. That sounds really fascinating.
Yeah, I always thought that was such a great story. So GJ Beto says, my aunt told me about the Naga. My East Indian tribe are blood enemies of the Naga.
Oh, that's crazy.
And let's see here. Well, I guess I'm not getting too many questions here. So you don't think that there's reptilians out there all underground working with the deep state and
I think it makes for a great story. But personally, I think it's more likely that we have a case where you may have had. I mean, dinosaurs were here for a long time.
I think dinosaurs were the Earth's original creature, and that they were wiped out in order to make room for us.
Well, I mean, yeah. Let's look at it two ways. Let's say you are a space traveler and you came to Earth, 250 million years ago, and you park your spaceship in orbit and you pull out your telescope and you point it towards the ground, and what do you see? Monsters. There's monsters everywhere, and we're not joking when we say monsters. We're talking about monsters. Dinosaurs are monsters. They're monsters.
Yeah,
Monster planet. Like, no joke. There were Godzillas running around on the Earth. It's no joke. Like, there were monsters here. So we also have to assume that in all this time these monsters were roaming around, not one species of monster got smart enough to, like, build a fire or walk upright or learn to fish or, stack two rocks together. Who knows? Who knows if one species of dinosaur might have evolved into a bipedal, opposable-thumbed lizard man. Let's theorize something crazy here. Like, there's a lizard man that exists now. So does lizard man, living alongside the dinosaurs, develop a breakaway civilization of their own, develop the technology to build an ark for themselves to get off this planet before the comet hits that wipes them out? Do maybe they go somewhere like the another star system out in space and start over? And maybe they return and want their birthright, their home planet back. Maybe there's some kind of dichotomy there where, they come from this planet and they want to return to it. It makes for great mythology.
All right. Well, we've got some questions here. Let's see. I just wrote it down. ML says, any way you can get Matthew LaCrue on your show? I hope I said that right. I just wrote the name down. I will find out if he wants to come on or not. Christopher Dockery says, Pete, are the reptilian and Antarctica theories related?
I don't think so. I think Antarctica has a lot to do with Mars.
Why do you say that?
The Hefferland manuscript.
All right. So you don't think it's just a portal into the Hollow Earth down there somewhere?
No, I mean, yeah, it could be something in the Hollow Earth, but I don't think the Hollow Earth has anything to do with reptilians. I think the Hollow Earth has to do with a kingdom called Agartha and a grand king of the earth named Sanat Kumara who lives down there.
Well, that's the whole starseed theory, right?
Well, Starseed was Stan Romanek, and that guy is a piece of trash.
Oh, see, you don't believe the starseed thing at all?
I don't believe in Stan Romanek. I think he calls himself Starseed, and he's also a criminal and a piece of junk.
All right.
Mike love for Stan Romanek.
Mike Hitchcock wants to know, do you believe we will have an asteroid impact?
I mean, we have asteroid impacts all the time, but they burn up in the atmosphere. If you're talking about something like Apophis, like a big asteroid impact in 2029, who knows? Who can really know? I think they said we're going to be safe for another 100 years from that particular asteroid. And, I don't know. I think that if there was the danger of an impact, what can we really do about it? What can we really do except, try to move as many people as we can out of, and we could probably predict where it will land with pretty good accuracy.
Yeah,
we could try to do a mass exodus of people away from where that occurs and hope for the best.
Well, that would be a great opportunity if the governments of the world are actually working with these, let's say, the alien creatures, and they've been in communication with them, since the Mount Rainier thing or Roswell thing, and we've been talking to them for 70 years. In order to introduce them to the planet, I guess, as them being peaceful creatures, they can always push that there's an asteroid on its way, or a comet's on the way, and oh, what are we gonna do? Let's try to get rid of it, and then oh well, these aliens say that they're gonna save us.
Well, that's the whole thing with the aliens. I mean, they kind of the UFO phenomenon is weird because we go from lights in the sky to moon men, and then the moon men, we say, listen, these moon men, one day they're going to come out of the sky and they're going to fix all our problems. And that's what some people believe. So for a lot of people, it's a matter of faith and fear that's tied up into the UFO phenomenon. Yeah, we're afraid of the unknown. We're afraid of how things might turn out when these creatures show up. But at the same time, we hope for this kind of like great renaissance, a new beginning for our world. Once we're touched by this new civilization, once we're blessed by their technologies to perhaps cure disease, to end poverty and hunger on this world. Who knows?
Yeah. So what do you think about the pyramids? Do you think that they were built by aliens or no?
I think the pyramids are much older than we're led to believe. I think the pyramids were built by refugees from Atlantis.
Oh, you think so? I was listening to, I guess David Wilcock did a live stream yesterday where he actually was on his little live stream talking about how they 3D printed the blocks in place, and that's how the pyramid was built. Because and they could tell this because if they break apart the blocks, they find human hair actually inside the stone. And I was like, oh, what a bunch of crap. If that was happening, there'd be papers on it. People would be writing about it. And I Googled it. And sure enough, back in like the 80s, people were analyzing these blocks. And sure enough, there's human hair in them. I thought, wow, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. But apparently it's true. What do you think about that?
There's so many crazy theories on how it was actually done. I think that Coral Castle and Leedskalnin and his ability to like move these incredible stone blocks by himself might be a key to understanding how the pyramids were constructed. And he claimed as much. So, he was able to move all of Coral Castle by himself with this device of his own construction, saying that it was based upon the ancient technology of the pyramids. Who knows how they were done? Relentless Resentment says Thoth built the pyramids. Exactly. Thoth built the pyramids. Thoth was a refugee of Atlantis. Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing, wisdom, and magic, from Atlantis, comes to Kem, the ancient land of the hairy barbarian, and institutes civilization there and builds the pyramids on top of the halls of Amenti and also the Sphinx over top of his spaceship.
Yeah, David says that Wilcox is an idiot. Sometimes he'll put some stuff out there. Sometimes you're like, what the heck is he talking about? This doesn't make any sense. And then you Google it, and it's like, well, I guess that did happen. And just so everybody knows, the open lines number is 256-850-4513. That's the Skype number to get me here on Skype. If you want to just Skype in, it's just look for Conflict Radio and go ahead and just Skype right into the show. Otherwise, that's the Skype number that you can call to come onto the show and get a hold of us. So somebody else was asking you a question, and it's going so fast it went up, and now I've lost it. And it was a good question, man. It was such a bummer. I missed that one there, but you guys go ahead and ask your questions. Put it in caps, so when I scroll up to try to find it again, it'll actually stick out a little bit to me, and I can be able to read it. I think it has something to do with the Reptilians, but I just don't remember. Scott Quigg says hello. Tony Fradston is here. Barry's here. Christopher Dockery is here. Ray Legg is here. Hope everybody is having a great day. We've got Pete with us from Creepy Little Book, and it's definitely an interesting show. So you don't think that there's going to be an alien invasion or even a fake alien invasion? I got to go back to that only because that's the subject in the show, and I want to talk about that a little bit more.
Okay.
So you don't think that that's going to happen at all?
See, I'm not sure. You know, I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
Yeah. All right, let's just say, for instance, that the aliens do come and start blowing up cities. What do we do?
Oh, we fight to the last man.
Do we?
We've got no choice.
Well,
We have no
man,
choice. Independence Day. Independence Day.
yeah, I guess so. Well, there's ML. There's that question again. What's Pete's take on the Anunnaki? That's the one I
Oh,
wanted
the
to ask you.
Anunnaki. The Anunnaki. Okay, so I did a show on the Anunnaki last week called "The Ghosts of the Anunnaki." I titled it. The Anunnaki are regarded as these kind of psychopomps in Mesopotamian religion. They are like judges of the dead. It's not clear how many there are. Traditionally, it seems that there are 7. They are not individually named, but they were worshipped individually. They weren't worshipped as a group. They were intricately tied to the underworld, where Ershkigal ruled. My take on the Anunnaki, I think, is very similar to the idea of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. You have these beings that come from somewhere else and intervene in human history. Now, how they do that, some say, like Sitchin's, it's genetically, and they engineer a human race to do their bidding on this planet so they can mine gold. I don't know if it was like that or if it was, more directly like we think of the intervention of the Watchers, where they're creating all kinds of chimerical beasts as well. So you not only have a race of like hybrid humans, but you do have all these kind of hybrid creatures of legend. But Anunnaki interests me. It interests me enough that we did a great show about it the other night, ML. And I'd highly recommend if there's a show you're looking to start with after we were done here, check out that one, The Ghost of the Anunnaki.
Yeah, so do you think that they're coming? Well, I mean, Sitchin's been proven to be fraud, right?
Well, anybody in confirmed science is going to tell you Sitchin's is a fraud.
Yeah.
Like real scientists are going to say Sitchin's is a fraud.
Well, real scientists will say that giants never existed, and
Of course. So, I mean, it really depends. I think there's a matter of faith that goes along with all this stuff. Like, there's stuff I believe in because I want to believe in it. I believe in Atlantis because I want to believe in Atlantis. And I'll be the first person to tell you that. I believe in space aliens because I want to, not because I've ever seen one. Because I've seen compelling videos that lead me to believe there's something going on in the sky. Because I believe that these things going on in the sky might be related to creatures from another world. I'll be the first to admit that some of my biggest influences were In Search Of and Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World and Sightings and Unsolved Mysteries and Alien Autopsy and Fact or Faked and all these other kind of programs growing up that would lead you down this strange path into the world of the esoteric and the unexplained.
All right. Ivan wants to know, have you read the book Ringmakers of Saturn by Norm Bergman?
No, I have not.
All right. And just so everybody knows, the number, if you wanted to call in, is 256-850-4513. Go ahead and call in if you want. I guess we've got about 25 minutes left with you, Pete. And I guess we'll call it a day and get you scheduled to come back on another time. Because, man,
great.
People love it. Love having you on. But call in, guys, if you want to call in. And so what have you been researching lately?
Oh, it's something new every day, obviously, because I got to have a new topic to come up with every night. But what I'm working on for tonight is extraordinary spiritual phenomenon. So once we wrap up here, I'm going to start digging into stuff like levitation, bilocation, religious ecstasy, these kind of experiences people have had since the dawn of time in regard to the divine.
So you said religious ecstasy?
Yeah, state of religious ecstasy.
All right. Well, why don't you explain that to us a little bit? That sounds interesting.
This is, essentially when someone becomes enraptured with the divine presence. It is almost an ineffable type of thing to explain. But for the experiencer, it is nothing less than an encounter with divinity.
All right.
So in that regard, there are different ways this manifests. I mean, in the lives of the saints, for instance, what's it called? Acta Sanctorum, the deeds of the saints. These people like Assisi who experienced the stigmata, St. Francis of Assisi. He had the wounds of Christ had appeared on him. Another one was Padre Pio. He also had those wounds as well.
Yeah. So,
but it's essentially an altered state of consciousness.
Okay. So, do you think that it's possible that aliens also have an altered state of consciousness? I mean, we obviously have things here. We smoke marijuana. We do peyote. We have liquor. Are there any stories of alien drugs, or maybe they come down here and get a little peyote and that freaks them out a little bit?
I don't know about that. I don't know about the aliens are coming down here and sniffing dandelions or something crazy.
Right? Like we have something here on Earth that you can't get on their planet, that they gotta have. They love that snorting that gold dust or whatever it is that they want, right? I always find that fascinating to think about, like we, you get so many people that, let's do some peyote. We can get into the spirit world and whatnot. What do aliens do? Right? It's got to be something.
Yeah, they might have some way to alter their consciousness. Who knows if they've gone past that,
Yeah. Deuce Zod says, creepy little bookster in the house.
Hello, how you doing, Deuce Zod? Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Kingfish Kebab says aliens like weed. It's you think about it and it sure is funny. I guess you never know, right? Like maybe the crashes at Roswell and stuff were really just alien drunk driving.
They could have been over the limit. Yeah. Over the limit and under the influence. And what happens? Roswell.
Yeah. I guess a bunch of people are saying, well, I guess I can't say that. I don't know if you can read that.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I'm not gonna say that on the channel, guys.
You're a wise man.
Blue Chicken says human farts make aliens high, and then DJ says, well, that explains the probing. Well, these people in the chat room are going crazy. Well, that's all right. Hey, so what kind of what interests you the most? Is it the aliens? Is it the old archaeological stuff that's been covered up? What do you find? I mean, after doing this for so long, what still interests you?
I think it's the connections for me. It's that it's all interconnected at some point. Like I could sit there if I was allowed. I could sit there with a bunch of newspaper clippings, some string, and some push pins, and really put together a good crazy person wall. But my wife won't let me put one of those up. That's crossing the line.
Yeah.
That's it. That's when it gets too weird. When I've got a push pins in the wall and I've got the old strings going on.
Oh yeah. There you go.
That's when it gets too crazy.
Do you do that much?
No, I do it with Post-it notes. I can take them down hastily, so no one sees.
You got them all kind of clinging to the monitor, right? Like all around.
Yeah, that's right.
Dr. Strangelove says, question, if UFOs fly so fast and Earth is round, the UFOs should be making a smoothie out of the Earth, right? I mean,
I don't know enough about how that works.
I guess
honestly.
Theoretically, if a UFO was to spin around the Earth really, really fast and keep doing it, wouldn't it speed up our rotation?
Are we talking like Superman going back in time?
Yeah. Like remember in Superman he went backwards.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Dr. Strangelove, but I'm of the opinion the Earth is hollow. I know there are many people who believe the Earth might be flat. I am not of that opinion. I think the Earth is hollow.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about hollow, but I definitely think that there's a lot of caverns down there. That there's a lot under there that, I guess I had a star seed on, and she said that the core is like the sun, and the grass and everything that grows in the lakes and the world and everything is like would be, upside down from us. You know what I mean? I guess that maybe I'm not explaining it right.
Oh
But
no, I know exactly what you mean. I actually,
there's
there's some
dinosaurs.
freaking maps of the Hollow Earth out there.
Yeah, there's dinosaurs down there walking around, and they all live in harmony with the fairy people, and all these different alien races come back and forth, and they go in. The entrance is right there in Antarctica, and
That's
boy,
right. That's right.
boy,
It all makes sense to me. I mean, I don't know. That makes sense to me.
So you don't think it's flat?
No, it's not flat.
Yeah, I think that's got to be ridiculous, right?
It's ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. I think it's hollow.
Yeah, I mean they're saying that every satellite up there taking pictures, everything, it's all fake. It's all fake Hollywood trying to show us that the Earth is round when it's really flat. Now, why would I mean I hate to talk about flat Earth theory because it's so stupid, but why would NASA and the government and all of these people, why would they do so much to try to fool us that the Earth was round when it was really flat? I mean, that's just stupid, right?
Yeah, some of this stuff makes no sense. It's like, where's the motive? If it's just to hide the truth of the Bible, and that's some people's really what it comes down to. It's like, it's just to hide the Bible. Like, a lot of this stuff is to hide the Bible. Like, oh, the giants, we gotta dump these giant skeletons in the ocean because it's the Bible, or we got to cover up this UFO crash because of the Bible. I don't think that's enough motivation for them to pull off some of these grand cover-ups.
Well, I mean, the Catholic Church does have a lot of pull, though, doesn't it? I mean, they've got so much money.
I mean, they did 1,000 years ago.
Yeah. I don't think they're getting as much money as they used to get. Especially since all the stuff that's come out with the, I guess I'll say altar boy things.
Yeah, it's not good stuff there. It's not good stuff. I went to parochial school for 12 years, full disclosure. So I have been through their education system. I am haunted by all the angels and saints forever as long as I live.
Yeah, Chuck says the Earth is a flat wave until you observe it. Sapphire Elf says dinosaurids are simply the avian branch of ancient reptiles, i.e. birds. There are many other clades of ancient lizards from before the avian dinos. Let's see. I can't talk about that. All right. Well, we definitely have, there's definitely a lot of, I guess, listener base for the things that we're not allowed to discuss, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. Everybody wants to talk about the stuff that's taboo.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't? I mean, I'd love to sit there and sit down and be one of these people that could rail about it and go crazy and say all the things I'd like to say, but that's not how it works.
Yeah. The truth is that, you put so much work into building a channel. You hear about, obviously, all of these channels get taken down for mentioning things that we can't mention. So you don't want to mention it because, but boy, it definitely is a shame that, I mean, you just simply can't talk about certain things. I mean, you just can't talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, especially, considering this is, this is supposed to be America.
Yeah, Chuck Bam says BitChute. Well, you know what, Chuck Bam, you'd probably be the only person to follow me over there if that's where we went. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I mean, this is the platform that you want to be on if you want people to listen to what you're saying. I could go to another platform and talk all I want, but who's going to listen, right?
That's the rub.
Yeah. DJ says Pete is on BitChute. Are you on BitChute, Pete?
I've been on BitChute for years. I signed up early. They just kind of back up everything that I post on YouTube.
Yeah.
So it's a nice backup, but it's not my primary place. It's more of a repository for everything I've done.
Do you like that more than Rumble?
I'm not even on Rumble.
Yeah, I've been thinking about going over to Rumble, or do you think? I mean, I don't know. I don't know where to go. I was thinking about Rumble or BitChute, or even I guess there's another one too that Mike Adams does with the Health Ranger.
Yeah, it's tough to know where to go these days. It's I know, and that's the thing. Oh man, it's so tough being a YouTuber. Everybody, it's so tough to know where to post your videos. But I mean, it is. You don't know where people are going to watch.
Yeah, that's definitely the truth. Well, I guess everybody, is there something you want to talk about, Pete?
I don't have anything in particular. I mean, I would just like to tell everybody, if you are so inclined, if you do like live streaming, as you obviously seem to enjoy, to definitely head over and check us out every night on the Creepy Little Book. We do every topic, from the esoteric to the extraterrestrial, from the spiritual to the supernatural, everything in between. We do it for about an hour, Monday through Friday, at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're a night person, if you're up late already, and you're saying, why isn't anybody live at 1 a.m., you're saying to yourself, don't worry, somebody is. And we're talking about weirdo stuff.
Yeah, I recommend everybody go to that search tab in YouTube and put Creepy Little Book in and get over there and subscribe, because it really is an interesting channel. It's a different topic every night. It's just fascinating. And I guess we're just going to go ahead and wrap it up and call it a day. What do you think, Pete?
Sounds good to me. It was a great pleasure talking to you. Always a good time.
Yeah, always fun. And the link to Creepy Little Book is also in the description box below. Go ahead and check it out. You guys can always make sure to check out our store, and you can always find us online, www.conflictradio.net. Remember to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. Hit that like button, because it does help out the channel a lot. If you become a member, you can get some great stuff that I guess normal people that aren't members aren't preview to. You can also check out Conflict TV Official, is another channel where we'll be doing some video stuff from there soon. Thanks a lot, everybody. I see all the great shows, and see you later, and much love and all that. Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate it. Until next time, batten down the hatches and be safe.